webcam this way.
Yeah, you do know,
Okay, that
Rick, you're
kind of
using that
works.
camera for
Okay,
your
my
microphone.
audio seems to be working. Let me get a check on the audio and from someone there.
Check, 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 check. You do know you're using that camera
Not hearing
for
it
your microphone,
correctly.
right?
Let's try again here.
Hello, Rick. Earth
Not
to Rick.
hearing my audio right now for some reason.
He's not got sound.
Rick, can you hear John saying something to you?
Rick.
I can hear you now, but I don't hear. Oh, I know what I need to do. Hang on a second here. I've got to flip another switch on my multi-switch system. Ah, now we have
Click.
it. Perfect. Thank you, John.
All right.
Oh, he was saying that you're using the microphone on your camera.
Yeah, that's the microphone I use because it's actually better than my other built-in microphone and other microphones. But
Okay.
yeah, that wasn't the issue. It was through Soundflower and the little switch on Soundflower and all crazy stuff. Anyway, I think we're ready to go here with this. Hi, everybody, by the way. It's Tuesday, August 30th in my part of the world, and therefore it's the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. My name's Rick Crammond, and once again, we're gathered here, dearly beloved, on a Tuesday night, Wednesday morning in some facets of the world, and we show and tell and talk and discuss about Keshe devices mainly, and theory and concepts, and some impractical things as well. In fact, many of the things we do are impractical. Some of them downright wild and crazy. Like, for example, this nice little device I found today in of all places, the Salvation Army recycling type place. And it just looks so space age and cool that I had to drag it home for $2. And it's already got a neat little coil on here. Stainless steel coil. Look at that. With a wire that goes through it, strangely enough. The wire goes right through the coil. And it's it's a coil on a stick. And the great thing about it is it takes two batteries, and it's got a little motor, and it actually rotates and stuff. I guess I got it at a discount because it didn't have the bottom thing that attaches for the batteries. But if I put two batteries in, put something across to cross them. Yay! We have a rotating coil.
So is that for people who can't shake their own martinis, or what?
That's about it. Instead of going like this, you get to go like this. I mean, you save so much energy that way. I don't know. I don't get it, but I think it's designed to be a really cool little. I mean, you can imagine the ramifications of installing some sort of ball on top or whatever. But it spins pretty good for a couple of AA batteries, and I just couldn't resist. It's already got a shaft, and it just looks so cool. It's got to go into some sort of, and it's self-contained. That's the great thing about it too. So, and it's stainless steel. The rod and the coil are stainless, so that's got to be some bonus there. Although not like stainless works really well for us in terms of the nano coating and so on. Anyway, I thought I'd show that when we're discussing crazy and zany things. It's my little robot. I've put him in solitary for a while so he can It says plasma chamber, actually, to rejuvenate. Okay, enough of my silliness. I thought we'd go to some other silliness with Lee Coates as usual to start off the show here. Let's give it a go with Lee. Well, Lee has yet another configuration, it seems, here. I hesitate to venture a guess, but I do see CH3 written on a container. That's a hint.
Can you bring it up full screen, Rick?
Oh, sorry, it is for me, but I have to do the spotlight thing. There we go.
Okay, so I was showing you these things last week, so I got them mounted in a plywood base with some holes drilled in it and all hot glued together, and the gants in the bottles, but I can't feel any field or anything around them. So I'm thinking my problem is my lead gants in the middle. About, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, I made lead gants using lead and copper plate with about 5-6 volts on it, or nano-coated copper plate and lead and some voltage, and I was getting a nice blackish gray gants out of it. But since then, I've learned that the lead gants is supposed to be white, and you're supposed to use nano-coated lead and lead. So I'm making up new lead gants to go in this. Maybe that'll make it work better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lee, my lead gans that I made, it's thick and heavy and white. It's like wet toothpaste, man. It's just solid like a rock.
Even in water, you mean it's solid looking like that?
Well,
In distilled water?
Video and show you.
Okay, hold on. Let me spotlight it there, John.
Okay,
just 1 second here. Pin. There we go.
Yeah, I've got some on the go right now, and I'm getting a white gants. I haven't.
Shake it up a little bit, John. How fast does it settle? Is it quite heavy? Like it settles fast? Not like CO2.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, it settles quite quickly.
And you don't know. Yeah, you don't notice any effect off of it, like some people, get aches and pains and so on and so forth.
No, I'm kind of thick that way, so I mean, you got to hit me with a stick before I'll notice it.
Okay, if you keel over, let us know. Okay, let's go back to Lee there.
So anyway, that's a work in progress, I guess. I got a minor failure there, and I got to correct something.
Well, that's interesting. There's something I was thinking about in regards to this kind of experiment is we hope, we're trying to gauge the fields from it by feeling them more than anything else. Some people use devices and so on to try to measure certain effects. Somebody used a trimeter recently with measuring the radio frequency fields. But mostly it's by what we call feel, or just sensing the fields, it seems. Well, what if we had other fields that were impinging or interacting with our GANs, and maybe through the interaction of other fields, we would be able to feel the actual configuration there, for example. Like maybe it would take a certain electric field or magnetic field or some other type of field, electrostatic field perhaps, created around that configuration, and that would interact with the GANs and sort of activate it or modify the field such that we could actually feel it. So I'm wondering about that because it came up, this idea of, for example, water absorbs radio frequencies. It absorbs all the microwave and radio frequencies that are in the room, basically. Same as our bodies do. We become a virtual antenna for all these kinds of radiation fields. So if you want to measure the radiation in a room, just measure the humans. That's the way, that's true. It's hard to measure the air, but it's easy to measure the humans to tell whether there's high radiation levels in the room. So
Yeah,
I think measuring our GANs might be that way.
I was wondering just while you were talking about that, what about like a germanium diode and a microammeter?
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. I have my little crystal radio. Somebody has their microphone open, I think. Where it is. Let me see.
I got it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to mute Eduardo too. I was just going to show briefly. This is my little crystal radio. It's actually got crystals, quartz and tourmaline crystals. But inside is that germanium crystal that you spoke of as well. Where's the little guy? It's hiding there.
Yeah, but would the
And
crystal
it's in
radio
here.
still work without the tuning circuit?
Yes, you don't need the tuning circuit. That's right. All you need is essentially a diode. So it chops the AC signal into a chopped DC. Then it's something you can hear in a speaker because it's like a pulse of a certain frequency. And it's
Okay,
also
so
something
the
you can work.
plasma energy, if the plasma energy is primarily DC, we don't have that oscillation inherent in the plasma. So we would have to generate an oscillation, perhaps with a partially closed metal cylinder around the diode with a slot in it that's spinning. Maybe you could
That's an
just
interesting idea.
spin the diode on a radius, so that it,
Spinning a diode. Mm-hmm.
when it encounters that DC, the motion of the diode is going to create your
Right.
oscillator.
Well, you're absolutely right because in the case of this unit, let me get my. As an example, I did a YouTube video. I won't show it right now, but basically, I opened up this box. It's got a germanium diode, which is actually transparent. It's got green little bands on it, but it's mainly transparent. And I used a laser light, this one in fact, my tachometer, laser tachometer, and I shined it on the diode, like from about at least 10 meters away. Way back in the back bedroom here, I was shining it. And I had this plugged into my computer, into the sound port, and I was able to hear the laser on the diode, like whoop, 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 as the laser was scanning across the diode. But the thing about it is, and like you're saying, John, when I just held the light on the diode, it wouldn't make any signal. I was getting it. You would think it would go or something like that. It's just dead. And it's only the change in signal, the change in light, the change in electromagnetic field that causes it to react. So
Yeah, if you were using a conventional laser ruby laser with like a pumped CO2 strobe light, then pointing it straight at it, you would get a bleep kind of a noise because it's a pulsed
right, oscillate,
creation.
yeah,
But
pulse,
with
yeah,
the diode, it's DC.
yeah,
It's direct current. It's just constant,
yeah.
and you would have to movement across the diode to create the fluctuations in the fields that diode's going to pick up.
Right, and I know what you mean about the DC field is actually hard to pick up unless you have special equipment that's designed to do that and so on. There is a trimeter that's able to do that. But your idea is good with spinning the diode. I hadn't considered that, but that could actually, you know what RPM it's spinning at, therefore you'd be able to figure out what that regular signal was, and if it was picking up something, you would see a blip, blip, blip every time it went around, and you could analyze that and so on.
Yeah, it would be the same frequency as its rotational speed. If it's picking up a DC signal, it would be the amplitude that you'd be looking at, I think.
Right, yep. Interesting.
Oh, I wish I had my lab.
Pardon me?
I said, oh, I wish I had my lab back. I used to have all kinds of toys that I could play with, and I had to give them all up when I moved about 40 times ago.
Right. Well, you just have to do what I'm going to do is kick myself out of my back bedroom and turn it into a lab. And also, my living room is already a lab, so now I get to sleep in between two labs. But what's sleep anyway?
Well, there's
It's,
always the bathtub.
it's in between the labs, too. That's where I nearly fell asleep an hour ago. Yeah. Oh, I just realized my sound wasn't sounding. Or, sorry, the sound flower wasn't sounding.
I don't have a germanium diode, but
Okay, well, they're really cheap. If you've got an old TV, an old AM radio, you'll be able to scrounge a germanium diode out of that. And they're the little. They look like a little grain of wheat bulb, little piece of glass with an orange stripe and a black stripe. They're
Or
pretty easy to. They're cheap
the
like
the
dirt.
the
Just have a radio.
crystal radio ones you can get from any crystal radio supplier online as well. They're hard to get from regular electronics places, but you can get them online. The 1N34A is the most favorite one that's used for virtually every crystal radio. It's the one that's transparent, that's able to pick up the fields from virtually any frequency, has been my experience.
Yeah, and the
Everywhere.
output's going to be incredibly small, so you'll probably need a preamp and an amplifier. Just a regular op amp should do the trick.
Yep, or you can even plug it directly into your computer, and you will get a response out of it in the audio port if you hook it up to audio software that has multiple gain modules that you can amplify the gain multiple times. It's hard to do
Oh,
that on the PC because to do it live in real time it's hard to get the right program. But on the Mac there is a program called Audio Hijack, which works really well for adding multiple gain modules, and you can also amplify and or rather you can also change the pitch in real time and change the quality of the signal. You can make static sound more like thunder coming through on your bass and so on.
okay. So that the simple test would be basically solder the diode across the leads on a 1/8 phone jack that you can plug into your computer, and then just spin it and get closer and farther away from your reactor and see if the amplitude changes as you get closer. If that works, then we can refine it from there to something that's a little more useful.
Interesting. Yep, that's something that could be
sounds
tried.
interesting for sure.
There's a device called a trimeter, which I'd like to try. There's a video that's been put out recently showing use of the trimeter. Trimeter has it measures the magnetic fields, the electric fields, and magnetic, the electric, and the magnetic, the electric. Well, the magnetic, and also the radio frequency. That's the third one. So, magnetic, electric, and radio frequencies. So that would be a nice device to have. They're a couple $100, but it's actually well worth it in terms of measuring fields. A lot of people have the magnetic field detectors, but I'm not convinced that's the best way to go for measuring our devices. What do you have? I'm talking away, but I'm staring at something that you have, Lee, here. And let me show that because it's more cool than me.
Yeah, first I give you an update on my fridge compressor generator that I had showed there a couple of weeks ago. I got the pond pump from Amazon, but I don't have a high-speed DC motor to spin it yet. That's on order at Amazon. Still waiting for that. So I got to rig some kind of pulley system up, I guess, with one of my low-speed motors to spin the pond pump to kickstart my generator.
Got an old dustbuster.
Which?
A dustbuster, one of those little handheld vacuums. Those they're extremely powerful and really high speed DC motors.
No, I
Yeah,
don't have one of those.
they're probably
Maybe
about
go to
15 to 18,000, something
the
like that.
used. Go back to the dump and see if they got it in their used stuff store.
Yeah, we used to scrounge up dustbusters and use them to start model airplanes. They work really good for that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
then I mean, they're you go to any secondhand store, go to Sally Ann or Value Village, you'll probably find one hanging on the wall for $2.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Or new,
Okay,
brand
so
new for 15.
that's where that project is. It's sort of sitting down on the workbench down there waiting for parts.
Right on. So tell us, what about what do you got there in front of you there? Those.
Well, I downloaded this blueprint from the Golden Age of Gantz, which is gold particle production setup from the Keshe Foundation. So I'm trying to make gold here, but so far these I got the balls spinning, but they're vibrating too much. So I'm gonna.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, I just lost the belt on that one,
Blew a belt.
but I'm gonna abandon these balls. So I think they're too big. I'm gonna go with some smaller balls there, so they don't vibrate so much, and
Mm-hmm.
then carry on with it. So this is just another project in the works.
Yeah. Well, the bigger the ball, the more tricky it is to get it balanced. That's for sure. And
Yeah.
the bigger the mess when it just does come loose. It looks cool though. It's a nice tandem. It looks like it would be the infinity loop. Figure eight infinity loop between them somehow.
Yeah. So I got to put a platform on here, and then I put the bottle of gold Gantz here
Mm-hmm.
at a certain distance. And supposedly you get gold dust applying and coming out there, according to this blueprint. But if you guys want to see the blueprint, I can probably pull a picture up here somewhere.
I'd rather see the gold dust coming out.
So would I.
Well, maybe by next week. We can always hope. But, it's interesting concept. What if it could be that easy? Well, it's not that easy, obviously, in terms of actually practically doing it. It's a pain in the butt to get everything set up and so on. But it is simple in its concept, and simplicity is maybe the way to go in many ways. Okay. Anything else to show there, Lee? Or?
Well, if I could discover how to share my screen here, I could show you that blueprint in case anyone else wants to give it a try.
Sure. Let's see. Maybe I have to do something. I don't think so, though.
No, there it is. How's that?
Perfect.
So, anyway, I found this on the Golden Age of Gantz. That's right. I copied that from. So
that's why it's called the Golden Age of Gantz. Yes.
So I don't know any. I haven't seen this blueprint anywhere else around. But
yes, I mean, I guess it's a official KFSSI from the Product Innovation and Development Department. So that's what it says. It must be.
So anyway.
Nice. It's a lovely picture. Yeah. Yeah, I've always been interested in gold, and I've been a prospector for a few years as well, and lived out on the river and just lived gold. And it's a wonderful substance, and it's a lot of fun to work with. It'd be nice to be able to produce it. Do your own panning at home.
One interesting thing, I had to, of course, make some gold Gantz for this, and I had a couple of gold coins that I nano-coated one of them, and so I was making my gold Gantz. It was a nice goldy color, so I figured it's pretty good. I also nano-coated a couple of silver coins in the same pot when I was nano-coating the gold coins, and when I try and make Gantz with a nano-coated silver coin now, it it's given me a gold colored Gans, and I didn't
Yeah.
think silver Gans was gold colored. So I thought that was kind of strange.
You probably gold plated the silver coin, but you can't really see it because it'll be just a few atomic layers thick.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
no,
what I was wondering because I had them in the same bucket. Maybe I contaminated the silver with gold or something. But
yeah, the
Yeah.
silver that Dave's getting down in Peru is coming out like a really nice robin's egg blue.
oh, is that right? Okay. Well, I'll have to try and nano-coat a silver coin by itself without gold in the pot and see what happens. But
As far as your balls go, I've discovered a little process that I'm using that seems to be working pretty good. And I'm using drawer pulls for my mounting systems because they're injection molded, cheap like dirt. Get them at the dollar store, and with a
They're already
creative
threaded, eh? Is that what you
creative use
mean?
of some insulation, wire insulation that fits on the motor shafts really well. So I'll assemble that, glue that all together, and then I'll mount my motor shaft in a V block so that it's absolutely stationary, spin it up to speed, take a pair of scissors and cut a radius into the top of it that the ball sits in. And, use the motor like a lathe to make the depression to house the ball. And so far, the ones that I've done, 3 of them so far, and they've turned out, pretty good. They're not absolutely perfect, but I can spin them up to 15,000 RPM without them actually flying across the room.
Right on.
yeah,
What's
like
your
I've been
what's your
doing
run out, John? I know you're very machinist type. You actually have a machinist and tool and die experience. I'm wondering what we should do is set a minimum a maximum run out for these ping pong ball type sized balls for reliable running at high speeds. What do you think? Like 10 thou, 50 thou, 100 thou, 2 thou? How?
If the ball is out 4 thousandths of an inch at 10,000 RPM, you got about 4 pounds of off balance
That's
with the
probably
amount of
about
water
right.
that's in those balls.
Which is enough that it could stand it, but it could wear out your bearings very quickly and so on and so forth too, and depending on your glue arrangement and so on. And
Yeah.
it's a different effect on the ball when it's being sort of pounded on each revolution rather than smoothly rotating. That vibration definitely does stuff to the gans inside. So.
Yeah, it's really hard to get something to run true unless you actually turn it on a lathe.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I came up with the idea of gluing the drawer pulls onto the motor and then mount the motor on something super solid. My V block it weighs about 4 pounds, and I also clamp that down onto my table, so it is absolutely stationary.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can get a pair of scissors, something sharp, and with the motor spinning, I can actually turn the drawer pull so that it's running true, and then I can cut the radius into the bottom. And make sure your radius is a slightly smaller than your ball, so it only
Mm-hmm.
touches on the outside
Right.
of the
Yeah.
creating.
Yeah.
Then I glue it on there with super glue, and when the super glue is dry, I put a good layer of 5-minute epoxy around the base, and I haven't had one come off yet.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that'll work.
yeah, I've been making these plastic holders for the ball on my wood lathe.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah,
and this has actually got a 1/4-inch brass shaft through and with 2 rotor bearings in the
Oh
block of
yeah.
wood here to
Nice. Nice.
spin on.
and it's still not running true.
Well, my ball isn't quite glued in the center for some reason. It's
Yeah.
off.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's what
Either
I
that
was
or the
gonna
balls
say.
out around.
What I do is
Acrylic balls aren't that good.
just while the glue is setting to set up something right at the edge of the ball so you can see the run out, and then just slowly rotate the ball and watch the run out and see if there's a light gap in between your instrument that you stick up beside it, which could be your finger, but it's better to have something stationary, and just watch it and see the in and out that's happening, and then just adjust the ball a little bit just as the glue is setting, and just watch it very carefully at the very end and try to get it down 10th thou or less anyways, something like that, and preferably, like John was saying, a couple thou would be nice. That would be like a hair's width or something like that.
Well, yeah, a hair is 4 thousandths, so half a hair.
Half a
I
hair.
would aim for under
Splitting
half a hair.
hairs here, John. We're splitting hairs.
Hey, where I
Literally.
was working, we used to split them 40 times.
And then measure it with that hair.
And yes, that's right. Some of the
Well,
molds that I've, if you were out 1 thousandths of an inch, somebody was going to get hurt because it'll squirt plastic all over the room.
well, you heard about the joke of the. I think it was the Russians that sent the British. You know, the British machinists sent the Russians the finest wire in the world in a matchbox, and like it was virtually, it may have been invisible. And so the Russians sent a matchbox back, and it had the same wire in it that appeared, and the British kind of laughed, and then the Russians said, "Yes, it's the same wire. We drilled it out. We drilled the middle of it out."
Yeah, I was told the same similar story when I was doing my apprenticeship, except it was a drill bit. And
Oh,
the British sent the Russians a drill bit, and the Russians laughed at him, cut the end off the drill bit, drilled it out, threaded and tapped a cap for it, and put 10 of their drills inside.
good one. Yeah. How small do you want to go?
So,
Okay.
Lee, if you've got a wood lathe and you're turning those out of plastic, make your base that mounts the ball, the actual diameter of the base, larger. So it's, I would go at least 2/3 of the diameter of the ball, and make sure that the ball only touches on the periphery of that disc that you're creating. And you should be able, the larger your base, the closer you're going to get to having it run true.
Okay, I'll try that, making it a larger diameter.
So if it's 40 millimeter ball, make it say at least 25, if not 30 millimeters wide for the base, and then cup it out so that when the ball sits on it, it only touches around the outside edge.
Yeah. I wish I had a machinist lathe. The wood lathes aren't that accurate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to get a tabletop CNC to do just this sort of thing, but they're like $5,000, and I just don't have the cash right now. But I'm working on a 3D printer, and I think I can do it with a 3D printer. They're getting down to 0.1 millimeter accuracy, which is really, really nice.
Yeah.
Rick, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
A friend of mine, like 10 years ago, had a bag of this coal stuff in the back of his trunk. And whenever he popped his trunk, I save everything. Anything that I see that intrigues me a little bit, I'll snatch it, just stash it away until I need it. But anyways, I think it's geranium because someone told me that it was geranium. But
Yep, I had a piece when I was a kid, actually. And you can get chunks of it. And what they used to do in the old days is you'd have a needle-like thing called a cat's whisker, and they would stick it on this germanium block that was sort of already hooked up as part of the circuit, and you'd probe different parts of the germanium with your cat's whisker that was hooked into your crystal radio set. And I had one when I was a kid, and at just the right spot in that germanium crystal, you'll hear the radio station kick in your earphones, and that's with no batteries.
And see if it looks familiar. It's maybe you would know,
It's
Whenever it's got a lot of dust on it, but whenever I wash it off, it's like it almost looks silver. Rather like.
I don't know.
That doesn't
I
really
don't.
look like coal.
Doesn't look like. Pardon me.
It doesn't look like coal. Coal tends not to be.
It's definitely not coal.
It's not coal.
Definitely not coal.
Okay.
So I tried to make graphene out of it a long time ago, exfoliating it and inducing hydrogen peroxide and stuff. Just different methods, and it didn't act like carbon at all.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what it is. I don't know if it would be germanium. It doesn't look quite right to me for germanium.
Okay.
Don't know.
So could I do like a simple test and maybe be able to tell it? I mean, what I can use it for?
No
Or
idea. No idea what it is. It's black rock to me. The only black rock I know of is, as I've just shown previously, is tourmaline, which is like this black rock here, black gem, semi-precious or whatever. Tourmaline is known for absorbing negativity and for generally sort of a sink or an absorber. That would be the absorber antenna. It's actually the negative antenna, and this is the other antenna with the crystal in it. So, anyways, I thought that I'd like to change it up a bit here and try to get.
Rick, sorry. Before you go on to the next topic, Zane, do you have a scrap metal yard around your area?
yeah, I do.
Okay, what you could do is you could take that material to them and ask them to test it with their Niton gun. So that Niton gun would give a readout of what material that would be.
A Niton gun.
Yep. That's what we use in the, or rather when I was a scrap metal trader, when we wanted to identify the composition of a metal, that's what we would use, a Niton gun. They would put the Niton gun right onto the metal itself, send in some X-rays or gamma rays or whatever it is into the metal, and whatever bounces back registers on the screen as a readout of whatever what the
How
metal.
many atoms or whatever are in it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's whatever metal content is in there. So how many percent of nickel, how many percent of steel, how many percent of whatever else.
Cool.
So you could do that.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I see there's a question about the crystal radio setup and so on. I was trying to find. Well, it's out of range right now. I'd have to go and search it out. My other crystal radio that I usually use. Just a second here, see if I can locate it. Ah, there we go.
Yeah, Manicam, the crystal radios are very, very ancient technologies. They don't require any battery, but and they're really, really easy to make. You can, if you just look up crystal radio circuit on the net, you'll find several ways to make them.
Here's one that I've had fun with, just playing around with. Actually, oops, should go the other way. That away.
Yeah, yes, Manicam, this is James speaking.
So, this is one kind of funky setup with an antenna I put together myself. It's got a Tesla sort of football coil antenna arrangement. I've made other antennas like this one, which you can actually make quite easily. And just regular flat antennas, coils like this. And so on. The antenna is not that critical. In fact, I usually just take an alligator clip and attach it to my 20-foot antenna that I have up on the roof there. That stretches across the length of the living room here, in between all the magnets that you see hanging up there. But the idea is, it's the same basic circuit. In fact, I built this from the same circuit in here, which is the same as most any crystal radio. So the idea with this is, I created this, I called it the Spooky Tesla Spirit Radio, and made an Instructable out of it. Instructables.com is the world's largest how-to and practical sort of device place. And it became a hit. I won a contest that they had with my Instructable, and it still gets lots of hits. It's the Spooky Tesla Spirit Radio, in Instructables. If you just do Spooky Tesla Spirit Radio on Google, you'll get the Instructable, and there's several videos. In fact, there's a dozen or more videos that go along with the Instructable and so on. But I didn't want to get too distracted with that right now, because I'd like to bring I would like to do a whole proper thing on the Crystal Radio, get it set up so we can hear some stuff from it and so on. I'm not prepared for that right now, but I am prepared to hear from Peter, Peter Mook, and I wonder if he is able to do a little demo for us here, or a discussion. He has an interesting device that he's been working with locally here where I'm from, in Souk, British Columbia, Canada. And he actually made a presentation last fall to the local council, and telling them that they need to pay attention, because he plans on making Souk a net energy exporter rather than importer, and having everyone in their homes with self-sufficient power and so on. And this was a pretty big claim. So I was over at his office the other day and had a look at his system, and we sort of had a brief talk about that. But he would like to present more about what he's doing. He's working with Guy's working with him, or however that works, and they're working on, I think they're replicating the plasma generator, the Keshe plasma generator at this point too. Okay, I see your video there, Peter. I can
Just
get
give
that.
me 1 sec here.
Sure. Just get things set up there. Is Guy with you as well, or is he on a separate?
Hi guys. In our new setups, I've been moving recently from my old place, and we're on the move here, and so it was a lot of work to get all my stuff moving and try to get the project going on. But we've been doing a good strides, and we will have something to show very soon. Peter's been working on his part there.
Mm-hmm. Right on.
No, backwards.
Okay, let me see. Are we looking upside down or backwards? It's
There you go. That's right side up.
okay.
Okay, so now this is what I already did. Posted 2 videos on the Golden Age of GANs. This is the wiring design using the dual contactors for the infinity loop, and for the getting rid of the compressors. It's using the phase ripple method to maintain infinity loops. And then right here, as you can see, let me grab a pointer. Oh. Let me just go full screen for a sec here. Oh, is it sharing? Can you guys see the?
Yeah, we can see it's you can see pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, now here's from the stack coming in. It'd be on the positive. Here's from the SPDT switch, or in the diagram there, I'd say it's for the C pole on the switch coming into the negative. Now it's just the same diagram as I showed as a base model. So it goes into the coil, comes out into this coil and contact B. Same thing here, comes out, comes back. Then it comes from here back into the A contactor, but into the positive and negative. Same thing here. But what I also did was there's a double click contactor here going for the main line on contactor B. Now, here's the advanced version. I can't see it on my screen, so okay. Now here is the advanced version that I'm showing in video 2. That's already on the Golden Age Advanced. It's right here. Yeah, here. Move my computer geek. Yeah, straighten that up. I don't have the picture on my thing, so I can't see if it's straight or not. Is it good?
Yep, it's almost lined up.
One sec. Oh, it just went to. Okay, just hold up a sec here. And up a bit. How's that?
Yeah, the whole thing needs to go to the right a bit there. That's better. Yep. Not too
There we
far. A little bit
Okay.
less.
A little
That's
less.
yeah, just so you can see the ends there. Okay, that's pretty good.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, now here's the advanced design. As you can see here, here's where it is before with only the one, but then the positive on the main. Another stackable infinity loop is we just take the quick clips because these can do 5 connections each pole. Plus, if you use doubles, you can amplify it by double. So 10 connections in total per pole. But you can go from the negative here as it shows to the positive, and then you do the positive to the negative here. And what happens is that you can go from the outs, because here's obviously to your plasma capacitors, but you can take it back into the negative, and the same thing with the positive, or you can switch them as the arrows show, so you get another flux there, plus it also resupplies the other one. Now here's the actual, what it looks like done up. 1 second here. I'll have to, yeah, shoot up for me. Okay, now over. Oh, and how's that? How's that look? Okay. Okay, as we can see, here is the stack coming in. This one right here. As you can see from the stack on the little thing here, I'll try to get it from the stack. Here's from your switch. This one right here is from your switch. Then we got your power to your coils, just like this. Right there. We got another one coming right here, going in. So now we do our crossover, and you can cross over doing the positive and negatives as well if you'd like. You can put in the double clickers and everything like that as well. But for this one is just the slight advanced version from the base model, and there's still 2 more videos I'm going to be doing of the one working our way up to the one of configuration that we're going to actually be using for the reactor, which actually stacks 6 to 8 loops. But it comes from the positive in the coil, so coil is charged, goes to negative. But as you can see is here on the coil, I'll actually show it. Let me just move it. Not really too great of light. Ooh, easy now, easy now. Okay, right here, as you can see, that's just a double click connect. So this wire right here on the bottom here is actually going back around into the positive on the other contactor A, and then here's going into the main line at the bottom pole here, because as I find is when we go from the coil to the bottom pole, it actually does better than when we try to connect it into the main line, or which is an aluminum screw, or the other pole up top. So it really depends on order and everything. Here's the actual vision of the flux right here. Just 1 sec, let me get it in the view. As you can see right here, going along, actually I'll turn on this light for a little extra light. As you can see, here it is into the positive negative, and then the negative positive, and it's right in this flux in here. I'll try. So you guys know. Now people might think that contactors, are just used for transferring big loads using a smaller load active switch, but actually they can be used so much more because, this method would have 2 coils, and the mains here are rated for 600 up to 600 volts from 120, and then these are 208 to 240 coils. But with plasma, the coils would get their charge, and these poles can get their charge depending on what's drawn out of it. So
Did you
whatever.
nano coat the wires?
Not yet. This is actually give me 1 second here. I'll show you what type of wire it is. So what this is the 10 gauge 600 volt, the fine strand. So it will look like, let me just get one all stranded out for you. It will look like this. The 600 volt 10 gauge is great. And as I find within a Reactor, when we use the phase ripple for power transference, the extra fine wire and how many there are actually helps out a lot with controlling the frequency variance and everything like that. So it makes it a lot more stable, as I find. And it's rated for, you know, they say 30 amps, but I've put it to about 45 and, you know,
Earl,
600 volts. So.
well, have you tried one of those nano coated?
What's that?
Yeah,
All the wiring. Have you tried building one of those with all the wiring nano coated and then running through it, see what happens?
Well, that's the thing that we're doing here. You
I
know,
understand what
you can easily. There's still more modifications to be made. Like we're working our way up to the final one we're going to be using for the reactor here, and it will eventually be nano coated. Yes, you can nano coat it. Absolutely, you positively can. You can also, if you really want to go specialty to follow 369, then what you do is you would use for contactor A, you'd use a copper coil. For contactor B, you'd use an iron coil. And then as you see here, the aluminum screws, as you can see with the aluminum screws here, is that you'd want these aluminum as well, your contacting points. So then you got your 369 coming by, and then all your wires would be aluminum, and the clips as well would be aluminum. And then, you know, it just adds to everything. I'm still doing stuff with that, so that's coming up pretty soon. But it's going to be like, after it's finished, the next two videos, it'll be like a step-by-step thing showing the advancement of the configuration to where we stack 6 to 8 infinity loops. And then once we run, you know, even the small may grab power through it and just have it cycle, then it'll nano code itself. Definitely.
Have you actually plugged this in yet, or tried to run it? Or?
Well, I've done a lot of these configurations with NREM, and they work fine. But now it's just so if it works fine with that, but that's more direct draw than it is fielding and stuff like that with plasma. But because this uses the phase ripple actually provides not only strong magnetic pulse, but it actually provides a weak gravitational pulse as well. Not as strong as you would full-fledged plasma, but it actually provides enough to, let's say, move the flow.
I haven't changed with it with nano coated.
Yeah, and you can also add spirals into lines and the connections, just like this. You can do them tight. You can do them, you know, to the connections if you'd like. You can always put some wires up and do it that way, tight or loose, anyway, like that. So that's the good part about it. And I was gonna talk a little bit about the aspect of the phase ripple that we're using, because a lot of these technologies and stuff like that are about pulse compression. And what we want to do is we want to actually excite that pulse. And it'll help these guys get better results with your reactors. So
okay, so tell us a bit about that then. What is this phase ripple thing that you speak of?
All right, just going to grab it. All right, just one sec. Let me connect. How's the? No, okay. Give me 1 sec, boys. Yeah, I know I can't. You guys, yeah, can you look off that one? He's just going to shut off the main light above me. It's causing too much reflection on the paper. Can you guys see anything? I know it's a light diagram. I'll zoom it in here. No, hold on, adjusting focus. Sorry, guys. Whoa. There we go. I'll work with it. And over this way. God damn that inversion. Alrighty. Let's see here. I'm gonna try and get it good. Okay. Actually, how about that? How's that? Yeah, I'll put that. Sorry it's taking so long. I didn't expect the diagram to be, I guess I could darken it up for you guys real quick. Here, let's see. What about that one? Okay, this one you can see a bit better. Ooh, the reflection. That's right. Oh, up a bit.
You gotta adjust your camera, man. Pick it up a little bit.
Okay, now there we go. Perfect. That'll do. That'll do. Can't really see much, but so what this is it's just you can see it kind of somewhat. Sorry, let me get real close. How's that? I'll adjust the paper. There we go. Here, I got them. And there we go. All right. Alrighty. Okay, so here shows the induced phase ripple already, and now what that does is change the, like I explained before with the magnetic and weak gravitational, but what it does is actually changes the state from the single phase into a variation phase, about pretty plasma-like, where it's not in the third, it's not in the first, it's kind of hovering there in the field. So right here, as you see, there's the ripple, what it would look like. It'd just be small, you know, small little things. There's your out of phase right there. Here's your.
Hey, brother. I don't mean to interrupt, but have you done this with a mag grab, a 3-stacker?
Oh, there it is. We're just putting ours together right now.
Can you do that?
Yeah, we can do this with this can hook right up to that.
Really?
Absolutely.
Dude, then you can compare the difference, you know.
Well, just showing you guys the way we're doing this with the dual contractors using the induced phase ripple and the difference between the regular non-excited phase ripple here. So there's the magnetic, here's your gravitational wave, here's your ripple, you know, so there's more magnetics, gravitational, ripple, magnetic. And now here's the excited, let me move it down a bit. Okay, now here's the excited version. So there's your magnetic, there's your gravitational, there's the high end of it right there, or low end, I guess it's upside down to me. There's your magnetic, here's your ripple, but the ripples are a lot faster and a lot more continuous. So it'd be like almost instantaneous. But the other thing is, though, is that when it's excited and over a extended period of time, there can be a slight variance. So instead of it just being, you know, 1 in 1, 1 in 1, 1 in 1, you can actually get doubles where it go 2 grav, 2 meg.
Hey, brother, can you nano coat those wires and then run that same test?
We can definitely work on trying that. Absolutely, for sure.
Dude,
yeah. I'd like to see what kind of effects it does have to that, because this is just using that 10 gauge stranded when we were doing NREM tech. So this is our findings from that. And using the phase ripple for power transference, also using it for stability of the other fields. And so it actually has a lot of characteristics that are mostly beneficial when you're doing this. The really advanced design that we're putting in the reactor will look like something out of Star Trek, but it could, there's no doubt about it that it won't work. So,
well, dude, this is so crazy. God, man, I keep getting these messages. These new V2 reactors. I'm telling you, man, when they're right, these things they are extremely badass. And then something like this, might I don't know, man. I'm, I seen it. I seen your post on Facebook, and it just intrigued me so much for so many different other reasons. But I don't know. I'm so amazed and just flabbergasted by this all, and it's so hard to try and explain anything. Sorry.
well, I understand. It's just remember, it's a learning cliff, not a learning curve. But when you get close to the cliff, don't worry. There's little hand holders for you to climb up it.
Yeah, is there any way that I can contact you, man?
Yeah, you can contact me on Facebook there if you like, or LinkedIn.
Well, dude, can you friend me that way? Because I'll never be able to find you. I tried to find someone the other day, and there was 200 motherfuckers. Excuse me, named the same. And
Well, you won't find many Mokes on there if you type in Peter Moke.
Peter
Do
Moke?
you want to just say how you say your name, spell your name rather, so that people
Okay.
can find it?
Mouck. Then you put that together. You can also go to Milk Marine Energy Productions, and it'll be the only one there, and it'll be the only one that pops up. Even on Google, you can get that in, and that company will be the only one that pops up.
Yeah, because me and a friend are working on something, man, and I'm telling you, this I don't know, man. There's just something about it. I wish you would have nano coated the wires and then ran the same test that you did with it just being just copper, and then ran did the same test on 3-stecker magrav, and then on that would have said a lot. But
Well, the funny thing about it is that even as it is, once it connects to the stackers and the capacitor and everything else, and we
to push so much energy to the center, that's what I keep thinking. It's like those little strands, and then the way that you did a good job on, really.
Well, the pulse seems to be an important factor in this whole concept, and I mean,
Definitely.
Mr. Keshe has spoken over and over about pulsing, the heartbeat, the core of your system, the
Magnetic
pulse.
gravitational.
And
What do you
what do
find-
we see here? It looks like what do you call it?
ECG,
Electrocephalogram, EEG,
electrocardiograph.
electrocardiograph, exactly.
And then look, here's your excitement, like you're jogging or something like that. Here's
Right.
remember, these are induced ripples. So we actually force them to happen. And
Now,
we actually
Peter, is that through your machine in the closet as such, or is this through the contactors that this ripple happens?
it's through the contactors that the phase ripple actually happens, because what we use it for in
Can you
NREM.
explain that, Rick? What the difference between the two, please?
Well, what does your other unit do? Is it more of a conditioner for the power, or how does it work together and so on?
The NREM Tech independent energy device uses natural rotary electromagnetics. But the one thing also is that it uses, for power transference, it uses the phase ripple. And that's a pretty cool process because, for one thing, there's no power loss ever. Even during power transference, it stays at 100%. It can
Imagine
transfer.
if it was nano coated.
Yeah, nano coating can do it. What I'd like to really see is that when we hook this as it is, after we're done with the design of it,
Got a flood capacitor. in full
Yeah.
force.
Well, the funny thing is actually it has 3 wires coming out of it, so you just move those a little bit, and it does look like a flux capacitor. But
Yeah.
it pretty much will be close to that when you stack the 6 to 8 infinity loops, because you can actually, as you can see in my second video there, you can actually triple stack, you can do cross contact stack, you can do a cross
Hey,
coil.
brother, have you made any resonators or anything of that sort that are nano coated where the
Not
plasma
nano
can
coated, but
be
I will
directed towards it?
I haven't. I've just been getting on nano coating and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
Peter's kind of new to the Keshe technology in a way, and to the nano coating thing, and Guy's turning him on and showing him what to do, and they're both getting engaged in that, so I'm sure we'll see some interesting things come of this.
Well, the funny thing is that after you look at it for a while, NREM tech and plasma are actually brother and sister. One is the other, and the other is one. Like, it gets pretty like feng shui kind of thing going on, but from what I've realizing by because this is like using this is from NREM tech, but it's the same principles as with plasma. And the thing that I find is with all this technology, they always try to do pulse compression. And the one thing that it is with the plasma and that MAGRAV generator is that we don't want pulse compression. We want pulse expansion. So that's when we induce our phase ripple.
Well, what about resonators?
They can work. I haven't really went super in depth. Of course, everything has a frequency. So if you can actually use the oscilloscope and find the exact frequencies for this, you could easily replicate with the resonator. But I kind of like the contactors because there's so many wiring variations you can do for so many multitudes of things you need them for. Then, I just find then the durability and the use of them are actually.
Hey, brother, would you please nano coat those wires?
Yeah, we'll get on it.
We can work on it.
We can definitely work on it. Technically, it'll nano coat itself once we have it running for a little bit. And the great thing is because these copper wires are so thin that when it nano coats, there might actually not be any wire left. It'll just be nano.
That's a really good point with the very fine,
Straight
wires.
carbon nanotube.
Each wire's
Yep.
each wire's probably about 30 gauge or 28 or something like that.
Yep, 26 to 30.
Yeah, and once it's nano coated, especially if you gave it a really good sort of dose and maybe immersed it and then let it nano coat and then immersed it and then nano coat it, kept repeating that process to make the wire more or less porous. So it was all just simply nano coating rather than the copper physicality. Mm-hmm.
The cool thing I like is you guys all remember when Mr. Keshe said the plasma will generate whatever, what is needed on like a static kind of thing where if it needs it, it'll take it, but only that
But
much.
it's got to move through it. It's got to be able to move through it,
The
right?
cool thing is about using the dual contactors is because they're rated for so high a voltage. So
Yes.
the way plasma works, that means you can have up to something
Mad plasma.
mad high amplitude.
Rock and roll.
Peter?
Yeah.
Hi, Mark from Detroit here.
Hey.
I got a question. The pulse that you're creating there, is that from the 2 switches that you showed us prior to this?
Yeah, you activate the pulse by transferring the energy from the 2 coils. It'll actually, from what we found out with NREM tech, it'll actually induce a phase ripple. So,
Have you built a V2 yet, brother?
No.
No?
We've been working with our NREM tech and getting into the plasma here. I have looked into it and stuff like that, but we're also on a limited budget, so.
Yeah. Man, I wish I could send you one to maybe do something with. I got a few ideas I'd like to throw at you, bro. Just to see how the transfer is and what will come out the other end of it.
Well, you guys can always send me.
I got some ideas for some resonators and a few other things, but
you guys can do LinkedIn, Facebook. There's also my email, which is my last name with marine at gmail.com. So it'd be milkmarine@gmail.com. But, as far as it stands, the next day here, I'll actually have another advanced configuration for this design. So the first video was the base design, and then it goes up to the last design, which has 6 to 8 infinity loops stacked at 600.
cool, man. you know, my heart's been so heavy lately about really shit's gonna hit the fan, and I want to come back here and repair things, bro. Make it right this time.
Oh, nothing's gonna hit the fan. We're in our golden age, boys.
Yeah.
Well, some people will be busy with the shit, and some people are be busy in the gold. Depends what you want to dig in, basically.
Oh, and I got one more thing too. Actually, is we played with some pyramid energy today, and guess what? Things resonating a pulse, pretty strong one too.
How do you measure it? How do you feel it, or what do you mean?
You can feel the pulse once it discharges if you have your hand close to the apex. But we actually put the voltmeter on it and put it to the old. You can see the resistivity pulse up and down. And I mean, we put it on 2000. It would go from 20 to 16 to 9, and then it would shoot up to 1900, 2000. And then it would go back down a little bit and go back down a little bit. Then it would shoot back up to, and then it would go all the way down, fully discharge. And then, but it was funny because it only worked when it was perfectly lined. And I took some pictures of it, so I can post it on the Facebook and stuff like that there. I'm not going to do it right now, but I'll do it I'll post it on Facebook right now. And it's
Have y'all made pyramids out of GANs, like CO2 GANs, or
Well, this one's funny because I'm going to build a more advanced version of it because it seems to amplify, because we're not close to the ley line up here. Our latitude's a bit too high, so it seems to be naturally amplifying that signal as well as rapidly charging and discharging. But also,
rock and roll? It'd be a pulse.
yeah, it absolutely is. And what's going on is that I have a small pyramid.
Magnificent, man! Wow, holy shit! Wow.
I have a small period on top of here. I'll do a little diagram here for you guys. It looks like this. Okay, here's the page already. It'll probably be upside down, so give me a second here. I'll just draw it quickly. Okay, here's your middle pyramid, right? Your top small one. It's very small, maybe about 1 inch by 1 inch. Okay, and now what it's doing is it's sitting, and this is copper wire now, right? Okay, so it goes like this. It's in a coil. Okay, and then here's your other pyramid, like this. Okay, and now there's copper wires going like this, one on the outside, one on the inside, following the edges, going down, right? It's all aluminum foil on the inside. But then what we actually did is this, because with pyramid energy, it corrugates on its angles, and it's
right. Yeah, the dimensions.
And then it concentrates in the center. So what we did was there's 4 little copper pieces like this that you could actually use to change the frequency, and we have them actually pointing like this.
Wouldn't that act like a resonator?
It is actually, and
yes. Yeah.
Here, and then we got when you look at the pictures that we posted there, nano-coated. It's actually on that stand that we use, so it's all nano-coated stand, 8 gauge across with 14 supports, so it's all 8 gauge. But then there's a funky thing. It's an old heat sink, one of the old copper ones with the little tiny plates, about 2 inch by 2 inch plates with the
I know it's
and it has about 30-40 fins.
Yeah,
we're using one of those, and that's sitting like this. I'll get a different pen.
Man, I gotta draw this, dude.
It's sitting like this.
I got everything here to do this.
Okay, now we all remember how they stack the. Oh, there. Thank you. I can see it now. Now we all remember how we can stack those plates, and then do the corners for the aerial energy. But there's here. I'll get it a little better for you guys. I know it's upside down, but just give me a sec.
It's okay. It's all right.
Right, and now what we did was there was one plate on the outside here and one plate on the outside here. These are all fins, right? Just real small, lots of them. So
okay, wait, hold on. Before you go any further, all right? Now you got the 2 pyramids, right? You got your top, and then going into the bottom one, your resonator right in the center. Okay. Now you're coming down. You got what are the
there's another.
What's the heat sink for?
He's grabbing it. he's grabbing it to bring it in so we can show you on camera. It's the heat sink actually acts as our collector plate because
Okay, all right,
so
that's what I was
many fins.
thinking.
And
Are
then,
they nano-coated?
no, we're actually we just put it together today. So.
All right, nano-coated, man.
Oh yeah, we already plan on to
Yeah.
it. These rods are nano-coated, the supports, because they're what we're holding the coils for the reactor. This is all tinfoil on the inside with signs, celestial signs on the outside as well.
You know
And
what?
then-
I'll just message you, bro.
Yeah, and then we got our positive on this side, negative, and then the ground goes into the ground, right? So here's your negative, here's your positive. And what I did is I took one from the positive, connected it up to the frame, and then we actually put a nano-coated coil right here along the top of it like this. And we noticed because it was spiking, like you'd go from.
Yeah, I can imagine. I already feel it, dude. I know.
But get this is the trippy part, is that once we put this coil on it, it's stabilized.
It balances out.
But see, look at this. We had another pyramid like this on the inside, sitting on top of this fins, on top of all these fins, and it was lined up with these wires. I know I kind of drew it wrong, I'm drawn upside down, but so here's the nano-coated coil, and there you go, boom, it comes down the things, energizes the face. There's another pyramid here, the same type of pyramid that was here. They actually sit on top of each other. These are one fin peeled away from the main box, and that's the one fin.
Love you.
But it's like, I mean, like it's resonating. Oh.
Go lay down.
Are they four-sided pyramid, or I mean, like a square base or a pyramid base or a triangle base?
It looks like this. This is the top part of it.
All I see is a black blob and a triangle on one side. Oh, okay, there I can see it there a bit better.
Great job. Are y'all using 3D printers for this?
No.
And like, dude, can we make a GAN solution? And I know I can. To put into the 3D printer to build these things?
Here's the other one.
What if those were in the shape of just donuts, like the torus?
Can I show you guys something that I have here? Can I start my video and show you something?
Perhaps we're done with the pyramids, or are we? Are we done with the pyramids now, or is there something different?
Well, this is something about the pyramid I would like to show you. It might be
Rock
relevant.
and roll.
All right, sounds good. Let's do that. What do you need,
Okay.
Mario? Do I have to? Okay, let's.
I've got my video running. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
Just a second. There we go. There, gotcha. You're skipping a bit there. It might take a minute or two to tune into your bandwidth there, Mario.
No, I can't see anything. Yeah, I got really bad internet. Can you see it?
Yep. Yep.
See anything?
Is that spinning or
All I see is your. Yeah, it's
a
spinning.
little bit lower? A little bit lower there. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, see, this is the same reactors I've been spinning. I got this 3D printed. It's a ball inside a ball inside a ball. I've got a bucket here with 3 balls inside of balls inside of balls loaded the opposite way in a bucket of hydrogen water. See, there's the center pyramid, and then the upside down pyramid, and then the right side up pyramid. It's a sphere inside a sphere inside a sphere. But what I noticed about it, see, they've got and the big reactor I showed you guys before, the same thing. Every corner points in towards the king's chamber of the #1 pyramid inside, right below that middle ball spinning. There's 12 balls in here spinning. The 3 top reactors, there's a top reactor of the #3 pyramid. There's the top reactor of the #2 pyramid. There's the top reactor of the #1 pyramid. And they're evenly spaced. But there's an opening directly where all the reactors, 12 reactors, point in gravitationally, is just below that middle reactor. So there's a pin. It's a ball inside a ball inside a ball. with a pin directly, because the bottom reactor's there, top reactor's there. I'm sort of aiming upside down here talking. And what I noticed is, like this top reactor, it's only spinning at maybe 600 RPM or something. You can't really tell. But the 3 base reactors are going, that's almost a meter circumference. So they're really whizzing around there. And that top reactor is trying to catch up to the bottom reactor. So it creates this flow going this way, trying to catch up. So this thing requires very low rotation to get a really, really powerful dynamic field. Right? Can you see that? Am I cut off here, or can you guys hear me?
No, it's good. Thanks, Mario. It's really cool. Yeah. So, what do you notice when? Have you had it running for a while, or what's the?
Yeah. I noticed. Well, this is the fastest I can spin it without the motor burning out. I really want to just keep it running all day. What John just said about the dust buffer thing, I might try to see if I can't find those in China. You've got to have them somewhere, and try those motors. This thing will spin. It's hanging. If I increase the speed, the faster it goes, the more stable it becomes. This thing will spin at thousands of hours. No problem. But I don't even think you need to spin some days. I shut it off this afternoon, this morning for about an hour just to let the motor cool down. But it just runs. I've got 3 more frames ordered, but it's the G20 summit in China until next week. And they can't ship it. They can't send them to me, so I'm waiting. And but okay, but I'll get another one and get a ball instead of ball. I've got this. I did something else as well. I had an interesting experience. I've been at, well, anyway, you see it, right? That's what I wanted to show you.
Cool.
But
Thank you.
I did something that maybe I shouldn't have done. I've been having this very interesting experiences with insects. And I was thinking about Mr. Keshe saying, there's a way to get...
Insects or insects? Just to be clear for our listeners.
I actually said
because it broke up in the middle there. Oh, incest. Okay. No, I think you said insects because I know you mentioned them before.
Yeah, I had some interesting experiences anyway. I was sitting. They're not biting flies. They were in my bathroom, and I knew that they know I'm no threat to them. I will not kill them, and I know they know it. And so I'm there thinking about what Mr. Keshe said, that there's a way to get the field strength of the soul of an animal without killing the animal. And I was wondering how you go about doing that. And somehow I seem to, this is all in my head, so it's hard to say how true it is, but I felt like these insects told me, they didn't tell me, I just knew that they could give me what I needed. And I was like, okay, how are you going to do that? And then I did what I usually do in these situations. I just blocked out of my mind and went about my business. But then I looked over at a bucket I had harvesting copper oxide GANs. And there was a fly in it. And it was alive, one of these flies. And it's like I looked at it in its eyes and it was saying, I give you what you want. And then it just doubled up and died in the container. So I definitely have, when that soul of that insect broke containment of its body, it passed through the GANs. And it wasn't just a static field. There was copper, there was a
magnetic gravitational field.
It was a circuit hooked up, and I was actually harvesting GANs, and there was a dynamic field happening in the container when that insect died. And I think it willingly gave me its fields. So I think I have the field strength of the soul of the insect. Well, I definitely have it. The question is that field strength close enough to the field strength of the man?
No.
So I've loaded that
insect.
Yeah.
But
so
that
yeah.
insect Uh,
Well, it's an insect. It's the same amino acid structures as us. A cow will do. Pig would
well,
do.
we're all a part of the universe, man. We're all part of one.
Well, think
It's
about
just maybe he was in his point where he was ready to give all.
Well, he was on his
Yeah.
way out. I'm pretty sure it was, you know, he was going to die, and he decided I needed what I needed, and
Rock
he
and
was going to
roll.
go anyway, and he gave me the fields. So the field strength of the soul of that animal was in my Gans. It's a beautiful blue. I immediately stopped the production of the Gans, pulled out that Gans, washed it, and I put some of it with some of my blood in the center reactors there. So I have CO2 with a drop of that CuO Gans. I put some. I think I put some iodine in there. That iodine water Gans before it turned into alcohol, and a drop of my blood.
So you think that now that is just creating more of an intention,
Well,
a beautiful
yeah,
intention? It's
yeah,
like a
but
generation of intention building.
yeah, but there's something interesting that I noticed is I fired that reactor up 2 days before the last workshop, and the whole focus of the last workshop was about the soul, you know. And I'm just wondering, am I touching the soul of every person on this planet with that? And it's only got one reactor. When I get another one and I get an infinity loop connected between the two of them, especially if I could spin it faster. These, I don't know if those balls, the hot glue, the little plastic balls there, they don't bind well with the hot glue. The other ones I had did. The balls might go flying off, but the pyramid could spin.
Stop. Ow.
Yeah.
Hey, well, what is the purpose of spinning whenever, okay, check this out, all right? I've been really thinking about this, man, okay? These new V2s, all right? These things they are extremely powerful. I'm serious. I love mine. I built one for a guy and gave it to him. He came over today. He drove all the way from Miami to my house. I couldn't believe it. It's crazy. But he's on the right path, you know. And but anyways, so I have them. I have a Gans bank that I've saved, you know, ever since I began. And this thing yesterday something just told me go ahead and wash it again, because I do that periodically, you know. So I washed it, and uh some of it got on my fingers and it burned. You know, and I was so charged. It was like I couldn't believe it. I was like, whoa, hey, what's going on here? You know?
I got
Huh?
dosed. I got dosed with CH3 back last year when I was making the first one. My fingers were brown. I had to cut my fingernails and scrape. I felt like I ate a pound of sugar for like 3 days, man. It was like,
it's like that in this room, man. You come in here and that's just how you feel, bro. You go running out, you know. You got to do something.
Originally, I had the original reactors loaded with CuO in the center four pyramid, the center four reactors, number one pyramid, CO2 in the second pyramid, and copper CH3 in
Okay, wait. Now hold on. Hold that thought. So I want to get a little bit further into this. Okay. Now, okay, if I made Gans of gold, silver, hold on one second. Lead, we got zinc, we got copper, we got iron, we got our hydrogen, okay, got aluminum, titanium, gold. Okay, now, okay. Monatomic ferrous metals is nothing more than a super deformed nuclei, okay, with a high speed spin at low energy. Okay, that is a non-polar magnetic field, which repels magnetic fields. All right. So now, what are our gravitational Gans, man? Because if we can get the atomic weight up, and just just the balls themselves, okay, and then have a pulse within the the star formation, whenever it locks into place, okay, then we have our pulse. So then it's no more than mind to finger, right?
Yeah, I think this pyramid.
Okay, but let me back up. Okay, man, I get really excited about this. This is really great. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, so how do we build up our plasma vessels in order to get okay, aluminum multiplies and deforms monatomic states in three different. It's really amazing what it does. So if we added that into just a little bit of it into the balls, and then had our shocker in the center, and created the pulse, what would we have?
Why don't you build it and tell us what you have?
Building will come.
Well,
It's anybody who builds
the thing
that,
is
whatever you
I'm
build,
stuck on this,
whatever.
not understanding the atomic value of each element.
Listen,
You know, because I don't know what's non-polar and what's not. What's magnetic and not, and
That's
you know,
not the way-
repels and attracts.
No, that's not the way it
Periodic
works.
table.
It's gravitational, and everything has to have a polarity. But if you take your gold GaNs and you dry it, you're going to have monoatomic gold.
No, you're gonna have a crystalline structure of gold.
Yeah,
You're
that's
not
what
gonna have. You're not gonna have GaNs. You're not gonna have a super deformed nuclei at high spin with low energy.
Where did you get that super deformed? There's no super deformed.
Because that's what it is, brother. Look it up, man.
It's a
That's
flower.
that is what monatomic gold is.
Traditional
Is this something that Keshe talks about, monatomic gold and super deformed atoms? I don't think so, really.
But all the ganses are monoatomic particles. That's what they are. They're like popcorn, and they.
Okay, so what makes them move from each other? Just their atomic number?
No, they're
the lowest to the strongest?
no, their fields. Their fields expand. They get crushed in at the matter level where they're pressed up against each other. You add heat, and it allows them to move. If it's too much heat, they'll melt off. If it's not enough, if it's the right amount of heat, they will move, but they reposition themselves like any bunch of magnets will automatically do. They're magnets repositioning themselves. Your nanomaterials, your nano layers are monoatomic layers. That's what they are. When you make a GaNs, you're making a GaNs of monoatomic materials. That's what CO2 is. That's what your gold is. If you dry that gold, you'll have monoatomic gold. But I don't know who you could sell that to, because only the governments, you probably get arrested trying to sell it. But that's monoatomic gold, shouldn't it be? I mean, all GaNs are monoatomic particles.
States, yes. Until they're dried.
Separated out into individual molecules or atoms. So they're monoatomic, right? So, but the thing is, like, well,
okay, so wait, because you're not answering and you're going some direction I'm not understanding. I really need to understand this, because what I want to do is important to me, and it could be important to a lot of people. So I take just a liquid plasma, just a charged water, okay, and I put gold. Gold's atomic weight, AU, where is it at?
The atomic
It's
weight.
it's like 196 or something like that. And then and then we added it with lead, just a drop of lead, which is 207. So what is that doing? What is the purpose of that?
It's just creating a gradient, so you don't have to.
Okay, all right. So is it going to make it move faster?
Well, you
Or
want to motion in the fields. The more the greater the distance of the gradients. If you have hydrogen.
okay, so if I put hydrogen in it and then went to lead,
then you have a fast moving field without
Okay.
spinning.
Then I went from lead to uh
Well, silver is, Mr. Keshe said not to use the lead
but
because
silver's 107, but that would add
Well, what do
107 more atoms to it, right?
Zane? What are you trying to do with your creation? Are you trying to create
I
new
want lift,
materials?
man.
You want lift?
I want to go from matter to plasma. I'm tired of playing with all this stuff, man, and I know I don't have to spin nothing.
Well,
Man, I've done so many experiments. My computer, I had it for 6 months. I made GANs out of hard drives, spun a ball, and bang, blue screen of death. That
Listen,
thing's history. Start
Zane.
popping a breaker.
Zane, hold on a minute. I think what you really are looking for is in that Baha'u'llah, the hidden word that Mr. Keshe mentioned last week. Anybody get a chance to read that?
Okay, well,
Baha'u'llah. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. That's the wrong pronunciation.
Beautiful work. It's beautiful, that book.
Yeah, I've been reading.
Absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
And what's hidden, Mr. Keshe explained, is no longer hidden. What that is your soul talking to you, because your soul is the creator of you. So the Almighty.
Yeah, but see, that's for me. That's for me. That's not for everyone else, man.
No, it
There's a
is
lot
for-
of lost people out there, bro, and they're gonna need help, man. And I want to be able to.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do to help all these people? Do you want to take them all off the planet and put them somewhere where they don't want to be?
No, man. This planet is beautiful. There should be heaven on earth.
Why do you want? Why do you want to go to space then?
What do you mean? Why do I want to go to space?
If this is heaven, then why do you want to go to space?
No, I said there should be heaven on earth.
Okay.
But in space should just be like a vacation if you want it. You know, I mean, if you got to get out your head or just whatever, you know.
Zane, hold on a minute. What Mr. Keshe is saying, what that Baha'u'llah thing is explaining, is that Jesus could feed the multitudes.
Yes, and we can do that. We can do that. I already know I can do that.
Well, that's then you don't need any reactors or anything. Because your soul is the Almighty, then
my soul's not the Almighty, man.
Huh?
My soul's not the Almighty.
Yeah.
You just said that you could feed the masses. You just said that you know how to do that. I can feed the masses. Man. Pardon me?
No, by these reactors, man.
Yeah, I mean, so what?
Amino acid and...
You just said that you could feed the masses, just like Christ did. And then you just said, well, I can't be like Christ and blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, if you can do it, if you have that intention and you know you can do it, that you can help the masses, you can feed the masses, you can help them with all the afflictions and problems of the masses of planet Earth and so on, then that essentially makes you, in essence, a type of God. In the old days,
I'm not God by no means.
In the old days, the gods were those who had more than 100 horses, because to have 100 horses, you had to have all these slaves to maintain them. You had to have
breath, and
anybody who had more than 100 horses was considered a god. And now everybody has 100 horses available at their right foot when they jump into their car. In fact, many have 200, 300, 500, or even up to 1,000 horses now available on their right foot. And they go home and they have thousands horses available when they plug in their outlets, and they can, or at least have dozens of horses. So we are, in effect, gods compared to the old days. People would have been amazed at how we can, throw food in a microwave and seconds later it comes out cooked, and they would go, whoa, this is magic, and you are a god. And they would bow down to you and so on. But you say, "Oh, I'm not a god. I'm just doing my thing, basically." So it's a sort of a matter of perspective and a matter of level and so on there.
Hey, you guys want to see the multimeter on the pyramid?
Yes, please. Dude, you gotta spell your name for me because I'm dyslexic and I can't spell shit.
He already did. It's Mouck.
Oh, I touched the wire. That's right.
Okay, so how are you measuring the device? Where's
Using
the
bulbs to measure its resistivity, because as the pulse goes through it, it changes its resistivity to the shock.
where are the probes on? Where are the
1 second here. One's right here.
okay, and that goes
It goes into the middle of this pyramid right here, where those 4 wires stick down. And then, well, there we go. The other one is right here. 1 sec.
Dude, holy moly, man. Holy moly.
Right there.
That's such a perfect resonator. It's like a brain, man. You got a gravitational coil under that. It's a maggrav coil, right? You got 2 coils there.
It's a nano-coated maggrav. Yeah, there's 2 in there.
Okay, could you continue with the description, please?
Okay, just 1 sec. I'm just adjusting it a little bit.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, and then so I got the small pyramid inside here. That looks like identical to that, but just a bit bigger. This one. And then there's these fins on the inside. Should I show them? All right, here I'll take off the top and I'll show you the fins that I'm using that actually would be great for nano coating and even for maggrav. So just give me a second here. I'll take the top off. Okay. So there's your inner pyramid, right? I'll just move it. Okay, so there's your inner pyramid. And now, when we take that off, there's your plates. And we could stack them horizontally if we wanted to, but here's one that I have the positive coming off to. Here's the wire going up to the nano-coated frame, and it's a triangle as well. Here is the, right down here, right down here is the positive, and that's going up into this pyramid here, into the main where the four wires are, and then the negative.
Nice.
Negative comes right here, and it comes up into this coil as well. So you got on both sides of this pyramid, on the pyramidal coil that's actually supporting it all. Just 1 sec. God damn this inversion. Okay, so one goes here, one goes here. Already, that's your coming from your positive plate here, and then the main positive comes up into your hat here, and the inside of this is also aluminum foil, as you can see. And then your ground wires right here. And what I did is I took the out on the outside coil of the maggrav coil to the ground, and I put the in of the inside coil to the negative right here. I'll move the camera a bit.
So what if you changed it up and created an infinity loop within the magravs themselves, where they are?
Well, I did actually tie both of the ends to each other, positive, negative, negative, positive, so it is doing like it would on stack. But I just kept the 2 long leads and put them, because one's outside, one's inside, put them onto the ground and the negative.
What is your ground? Just a copper coil, or you stick it in the ground?
This was outside. It actually worked a hell of a lot more. And I just stuck, it's just a little copper wire, 14 gauge. I just stuck about 1 inch in the ground. That's all. And it actually was resonating at, I was up at 2,000 ohms, and it was going down to, 0.8, 0.9, and then it'd shoot up to 500, then it'd shoot up to 1900, then it'd shoot up to 2,000, then it'd go to the 1 because it went over, and then it'd come back down, go back down, and then go midway down.
So if you nano coated that little box device and connected it to that, what do you think would happen?
See, what I'd also like.
I wish I had one of those. I was building one of those over here, and then we could see.
Were you able to do a voltage check on that, or just resistance? Did you get any voltage?
It sits at 0.2. It likes to sit at. It goes from 2 to 0.2. Then every time it discharges, it just gives off a little bit of voltage. Not too much though. But what I want to do is I actually want to make this into a coil looking like this.
Are you checking it on AC or DC?
This is not plugged into anything.
Gauge, he means on your multimeter, there's an AC and DC setting.
This one is the AC/DC one where you just plug it in.
I know, but are you? Do you have it set on AC or do you have it set on DC?
Let's switch here. I'll switch to volt.
Put AC, bro. Put it on AC.
Yeah, it's not reading much here. Just let me switch the leads first, and I'll see if I can get something.
Hello there.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
Too good, man. Too good.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Feel
Hello,
so
Peter.
blessed.
Hello,
I
everyone.
love Dr. Keshe, man. He's the man, bro. I'm so
No, I'm not getting no voltage.
dumbfounded, man.
It's just resistivity. It's just bouncing in the thousands and then goes back down to almost zero, minus zero, and then goes back up every time it pulsates. But what I'd like to do is actually make this into a coil that looks like this and nano coat it, the whole thing. Because you can actually adjust the frequency of this by just adjusting the 4 wires here and the 4 wires on the inside. Plus, remember, there's 2 wires each along these shafts. So there's one copper wire, embedded copper wire on the outside, plus there also is one on the inside with an arc gap.
Are they linked together? I mean, you loop them together, right?
It's an arc gap for them. So it actually forms extra little conal resonance right there. And then it pulses in through the, and I got, yeah, so it goes on the inside and then they all connect in the middle. In the middle here again, that's what actually.
Hey, brother, have you played with monatomic carbon yet?
No, not right just immediately, but
I'm not talking about graphene.
Not right away, not right on hand. No, we haven't.
Okay.
There's lots of room, you know. So.
Oh yeah.
Do everything. I'd like to actually. Actually, we could do an experiment right now. I could hook up my contactor to the 2 leads here.
Yeah,
Hello,
let's
Peter?
do an experiment. We want an experiment.
Hello, Peter.
Yes.
Hello. How are you today?
Pretty good. How are you?
All right. Thank God. You're very well. God bless you.
Say your name.
My name is Mr. Menachem Rutman.
What are you doing?
Oh, Mr. Rutman, what are you doing?
Hello there. Would it be possible to ask about the pyramid you've constructed there?
Sure.
Is it constructed to a specific ratio?
Well, the original with the cardboard, because the original pyramid right here is obviously cardboard, corrugate. And as you can see, there's a Mary symbol for health and everything like that. So I got a few symbols on it as well for shape, power. What was the question again?
About the ratio.
Oh yeah, the ratio.
To a ratio.
With this, with all the stuff I've been working with, like I have been trying to make it close to ratio as possible, but you know, you got to deal with the materials you have. So, you know, I've been working with it, but yes, you'd want to stick to ratio because ratio is resonance.
Okay. What ratio do you use when you construct that?
I try to stick with pretty much a 1-to-1, so it'd always be half. So this pyramid is half the size of that one, then your third pyramid would be half the size of that one. Or you can go by 3s or 6s or 9s, which is all, it can even be better.
Is it possible to see inside of it? You said there's coils inside.
Yeah, just give me a sec here. Everything's all wired in, so just give me a
Oh
sec.
yeah. Sure, okay. Okay.
Alrighty, reposition the camera. Go. Here. Okay, right there. I'll move this. Okay, perfect.
It's hollow base.
Yeah, hollow base. Now, what I actually did is I used to actually wear this as a hat. And you know when you feel really mind-grained about like the heavy pressure that you see when you're watching TV and you're on the monitor and stuff like that for a long time? Well, you could actually tune this. I just hooked it up to this experiment. But usually what I do is I have it along these edges, and they actually can be tuned with the ones on the top. And if you get it right, you can actually cancel the frequency that they use, and it'll be instant. It'll be like, you know how you stare into the monitor for hours and you feel like groggy, drained, everything like that. You feel like there's a pulse on your brain, but you actually set it on there, and instantly you'll be like, and you wake up and be like, whoa! It's like or even turned on the computer or watch TV. And the cool thing is if you get the frequency.
Foil lining?
Regular foil.
Is that nano coated? Did you put any fire to it?
No.
Do that, Brian.
That's the next phase here. Is
yes,
I'll do a better triangle holder here. This is just the one. I just did this, just for fun.
Is the walls is the cardboard walls inside? They have foil on them. Not so easy.
Yeah, this is foil.
Oh right, okay.
And then this is just the regular cardboard with some masking tape. But it does have the actual shapes right here. Let me see if I can get one lit up.
Like wooden skewers or metal.
Just hold the light
on the pyramid structure connection points.
See, this is Virgin Mary's shape for healing.
Okay.
Triangle going like this, and it comes up into a spiral.
You just don't know what you have, bro.
Strong effect also if you use just metal and without any covers on the walls.
Yeah, you can leave it open face. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, open face, completely open. I think it has. I don't know if it's the same effect as I haven't tested it without.
From what I've seen is that the open faces are more gathering on the edges here. It'll gather more on the edges, but when you have the closed faces, then it actually mostly gathers directly, and it always works better when it's facing magnetic north and south.
So what if you if those were nano coated, imagine what it would absorb in.
Well, the funny thing is that, but the nano coat for the wire actually acts as a insulator as well. So it'd be quite interesting to actually see. It's because it's hard to get a reading off the nano coat with the multimeter. So as long as we leave one little wire piece that's not nano coated to get a reading from, then we just scratch a bit off to get a reading from. Then it'd actually be quite interesting to see the fluidity of the flow, and you might get a better charge discharge, more even. The resonant should be within the harmonic range, but that's still yet to be seen. But it's really cool. I like these little coils here. It's heat sink. That's what it is. It's a heat sink, an old-fashioned one with the copper coils or with the copper plating. And this is just one of them peeled back, right? Those are just one peeled back because we have the holes in the bottom here for the ventilation holes as well to go across. Because it used to be the cross bolt put into the computer. It's one of the old ones, but
great work, bro. I mean, just the level of thought is great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, no problem. It's all about that and the phase ripple and kicking some ass with a new NREM Tech plasma hybrid advanced generator. Yeah, I appreciate it. That's pretty much all I got for tonight. I could show you the other diagram that I showed at the first workshop. I presented it if you guys would like a refresher or not. But it also, every configuration that I'm showing here for these contactors have a purpose. They are used for many different things. And the phase ripple can be used for many different things because it's the beneficial effects it has is just insurmountable to just running regular stream. Because it actually has a slight gravitational. It won't be as powerful as pure plasma, but it has that plasmatic flow to it.
It actually looks like it's just a big old giant superconductor that's magnetic and gravitational and will push anything that is put into it. And what goes out of it's going to be like 20 times what it was.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I'll show the design here pretty soon in the next few days here about our finished model. I've had it actually in my blueprints for quite a while. I designed it when I was in NREM Tech, and I made just a small modification to it for plasma. But this thing will look, not the pyramid, but the duals will actually, I'll stop here. But the dual contactors actually look like something out of Star Trek, where you'd have 6 to 8 infinity loops stacked with phase ripple for variance control, and the excitement of it makes it a lot easier. And there's your heartbeat right there. Like whenever you,
I'm gonna contact you on Facebook. I got some ideas to throw at you and see what we
sure, like here's an example of the plasma and this type of dual contactors. Okay, let's say Star Trek, it shows a picture of engineering and you see the warp core going with the beam coming from, the plasma beam coming from it, and then like a heartbeat. Now, sometimes in that show, they'll show you the top of it where the warp coil assembly is. And you'll see something like these dual contactors there. And that's what actually is doing that flow. And then it's the coil going down the coil and like the stack. That warp core would be a stack. And the dual contactor here using the phase ripple would be that regulation of the heartbeat. And how in battle scenes it's going real fast, like it's being worked. Well, yeah, that's because it is being worked. But you can actually see these references in a lot of different kind of sci-fi because
the new V2s, they are a pulse, they are a heartbeat, they are a heart. I'm telling you, man, this thing is unbelievable. I'm just astonished, man. Completely astonished. Oh man, oh God, believe it, holy shit. Wow.
Well, hey, you know what they say, two's better than one, and NREM Tech and Plasma are brother and sister. So, and a lot of this is from NREM Tech that I've been showing. So, and from what I've been discovering with that and playing with the phase ripple and everything, and all the different variables and everything. So, but I've really noticed within the past, since I've been doing this with V, really getting.
Hey, Rick, if he used that the way he connected those two boxes together,
the contactors.
Yes, if he used those instead of the capacitors on this.
Instead of the capacitors.
Yeah.
How do you figure that?
So the amount of
that wasn't
coating on all those little wires would be like the capacitance would be unbelievable. And the flow, wouldn't it?
The thing that I find is that I know a few people have been having problems with their generators shutting down when they try to switch it over. But you don't want to get rid of the plasma capacitors. What this does is takes away the need for the running capacitor and the two compressors.
Right. Yeah, that's the way I see it.
Yeah, but it gives you the ability to stack multiple infinity loops. If you check out my video too, it'll show that on the other side. You can do out stacking, you can do in stacking, you can do coil stacking, you can go cross coil out in, or you can, you can stack that bitch so it looks like a toroidal sphere. Like, wow.
Magnificent, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's interesting. Could be something that's so simple yet complex the way it's hooked up in a way. It has to be done properly to hit the right zone, no doubt. But it reminds me that even Tesla had inventions that were similar to this double contactor idea, where it's a resonating circuit and
solid state plasma kind of thing.
Pardon me? Say that again.
One of Tesla's things was his solid state plasma with with what you just explained there would be his solid state plasma.
Hey,
well,
can I ask a question real quick?
Can I finish my thought here, please? Which is, I just wanted to mention that it's interesting with the contactor because there's actually, it's like a spark gap, and that's what Tesla worked extensively with the spark gap. And I know from my experience with the sparks and my little crystal radio detector, it can detect the spark from turning on a light on the other end of the building, basically. And it can detect also lightning coming from miles away. I can hear it in the crystal radio detector. So sparks are very special in their multi frequency outburst, basically, and it has a lot to do with plasma in a way. And when you think about it, sparks are a form of plasma, as lightning is. So maybe the contactors start working as a plasmatic circuit just from the spark gapping going on in there in a way. Because every time that breaker breaks, it sends off a pulse, a high voltage pulse that actually goes to infinity. So even though we only measure part of it. Interesting. Okay, carry on there, Zane, if you got something you want to say. Or somebody else has something they'd
you
like to
said
bring
that
up.
your crystal radio is seeing colors, right?
It can detect the color variation on a computer screen. Yes.
Okay, so plasma is basically a color, right?
Well, depends. Have you seen colored plasma?
Well, yeah. I mean, man, I can look at the top of my liquid plasma, and from the structure of it, and the way the light's hitting it, then there's an array of the rainbow. I mean, but it's some are blue, some are green, some are yellow, some are orange.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it all depends on where I'm positioned.
Right.
But
well, that's how spectroscopy works and spectrographs and so on. You put light through or on an object, and you can tell what is in that object by the reflection of the light.
Wouldn't that spooky sound thing pick that up?
It picks up the variation of the in the case of a computer screen, it'll pick up the variation of the pixels, the frequency of the pixels, basically. So I can hear different colors of a computer screen through my little crystal radio setup.
So it's not like an array of light hitting it. It's pixels.
It's each pixel off your screen of your computer or whatever you're looking at will put off a particular frequency. So
okay, so the MapGrav coils, all right, they put off a specific frequency, right?
Well, likely a variety of frequencies, but yeah. Mm-hmm. And when they're plugged in, it's that 60 cycle hum is predominant because that's what's going through from.
Would there be a color to that?
There's no color particularly assigned to that, no, but there'd be a tone. There's a tone involved with it, like the 60 cycle hum is common. Everybody's sort of heard that, and you hear that kind of thing of a transformer.
If we were to induce frequencies from a laser into liquid plasma like CO2, would it contain it and like store it for a long time? Like,
well, it's an interesting idea.
If we were to if you were to give that to somebody, would they feel the effects of that for a long period of time, or would it just be?
Well, that's a good question. What does happen to GANs when it's exposed to, even low-level laser? I've shined the laser, my tachometer laser. It's just quite powerful into the GANs material many times, trying to get some sort of effect and so on.
Yeah, an optical effect or something.
Or see if it would charge up, or see if it would light up, or glow in the dark, or something.
I messed with my graphene to turn it into transformation optics. You wouldn't believe the things that I did, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's lots of cool things that can be done with controlling the certain particles and making them the right size and shape and so on. And there's a lot to be done with that. Just with the copper oxide alone, there's actually hundreds of shapes that the copper oxide can take on as a nanoparticle. So, there's lots of research that
so
way.
do you think if a frequency was induced into CO2 that it would retain the information, and anytime that
Well,
you
here
took
it's an
from that
interesting
water,
idea.
it would keep that memory.
Well, here's the thing. Somebody did a video recently. I can't remember who it was, but I've seen the video where they have a trimeter, and they have it on the radio frequency setting, and they test some ordinary tap water, and it's quite low, and then they test the GANS
There's no
water.
memory in it. There's no memory. It's just a crystalline structure, right? That's water.
And so they test the GANS water, and it showed that it was high on the meter, and and then the other GANS water and so on, and they're in different scales, but all quite high on the meter. But what we have to realize is that any kind of water will tend to absorb radio fields, and so wherever the water is in a room, its position will make a difference. The size of the container will make a difference. What it's resonating with. So if it's close to a modem, it'll be absorbing the modem pulses. If it's close to a microwave, it'll absorb the microwave.
Decontaminated. There can be no magnetic gravitational fields except for what you're putting into it.
Well, that's very difficult unless you're in some sort of Faraday cage room that was totally contained. Because everywhere we go, we're surrounded by waves of different types. Microwave towers. If your cell phone is receiving, then the water that's in front of you is full of microwave radiation from that from the cell phone. And it's the same as our bodies are. You could actually take a reading off our body.
If we took a pain pin and dropped it into a bucket of water and let it sit in there with just an aluminum shell, garbage can. No EMFs can get to it. And then we pulled it out of there, inside like the same type of a room setting, and then put the laser on it, adjusted frequency. Would it store it, or would it just, whenever it was induced, it would just be like smoking a joint or something? I mean, would it be permanent, like a mind setting?
What would you be? I don't know. It would depend on what the experimental setup is, and so on and so forth. Are you using just a weak little pointer laser? Are you using 1,000-watt lab laser?
McCoy.
Well, I have no idea. I don't have a real deal McCoy, and I have no idea what would happen with that. Someone should do it that has official equipment and experiment with it, I guess.
Okay. Well, I was hoping that you would understand a little bit more about GANs and you can help me out, but thank you.
No, I don't go with those theoretical things. I want to see somebody actually do it. I don't have that kind of gear, so I thought, maybe there's someone in a lab somewhere that's in a university that can do a proper test. And then, how do you test whether the GANs has absorbed the energy or not, or whatever? How do we test now? Well, we use our feeling, we use our sensing. We don't usually use gauges and so on to test the GANs. But maybe that's something we could work with, especially as we get into maybe some more high voltage stuff, which seems to be coming up.
I was thinking more along the lines of, if we have a catastrophic event, people are going to be completely devastated because they're going to lose a lot of people. Shit's just going to be really bad. And if we can make CO2 GANs and induce a frequency where they can be level, and just...
Why would you want to induce the frequency? It already works. It's been known to work, and especially when it's with the maggrav units and, on the coils and so on.
Yeah, but
people are already getting enormous and wonderful and amazing results, health-wise and feeling-wise and all kinds of wise. How would you want to multiply that and try to make people all just feeling good in spite of bleeding to death and so on, or what is it? What is your intention? You want to change people from being depressed about the situation to being
yes,
happy about it?
just lift their souls a little bit and let them know that there's hope. We'll get through this.
Mm-hmm. Well, they might be more inclined to be looking at drinking water and air they can breathe and so on. It all depends on the situation, what kind of disaster happens and so on and so forth. And all you can do is whatever you can do with whatever you have at hand. But yes, this is why there's been a big call lately to for example, in Italy, for the earthquake situation, the Keshe Foundation has, Mr. Keshe has told the factories that all their GANs production and all their facilities are to be made available for the government of Italy to use in the disaster to help people and so on. So, and then they're collecting GANs from around Europe to be able to deliver to people and so on. So this is something that could be important in a survival situation, as it will be in space, which is a ultimate survival situation. Every day
Yeah.
would be a survival situation in space.
Yeah,
Pardon me?
it's all okay.
What's that?
Nothing. It's okay. My wife came and talked to me for a
Oh, okay.
second. Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, so we're getting on here. Anybody else have something they want to comments or something you want to present or say here? We've kind of been hogging the show for the last little bit, but I'd like to see. You see, there's Mark. You've been pretty quiet there. Anything new from your end, or maybe I don't know, Elper? You got anything new going on? Anybody else have any comments or suggestions or things they want to show? Where's the replication of the maggrav generator generating away? That's what we'd like to see. That would be the ultimate. I'm going to look at the later comments here.
I can show my little setup.
I got stuff too, Rick, if you want. I mean, it's 20 after. I mean, we've been 2 hours and 20 minutes. I don't know much how long you want to go.
Well, we can go a little longer. What do you got there, Mark? You probably got something interesting. Maybe get back to Zane if you want to show something, Zane, as well after.
I have one question. Or something.
He laughs. Okay. What does that mean? Let's get you set up here. Okay. And pin. There we go.
Can you see what's in front of me there?
Yes, we can see quite clearly. Looks good.
It's mercury.
Okay, I see the little balls there. Yep.
Yep. See the little balls down there?
Yep.
So I wanted to make GANs of mercury. So I just guessed at all of it. So I got a little, an old thermometer, and I took the bottom piece out, and that's what fell out. It was the mercury. But it was all one piece, of course, when it came out of the tube. You know what I'm saying? So what I did was I took my eyedropper and split the piece in half, and I took half of it sucked up into my eyedropper. So I took the eyedropper piece and I put it into caustic solution, and I let it set for about 3 or 4 days because I wanted to make GANs out of it. So then I took it out of the I drained as much of the caustic solution off as I could. And then there was just a little bit left. And then I put my eyedropper back in there and I grabbed the ball again. Then I took that ball and put it in salt solution and it had the non one and the nano, or the one I had in caustic solution. The thing that I can't figure out now is that I don't know. I thought mercury, when it sits next to each other, is supposed to go back together. This will not go back together. I can roll this around, and they will not stick together. When you roll mercury, it should come back together. Where is it? And there's two big ones and a couple little pieces, and they will not, I pushed on them. I pushed it with the eyedropper. They won't stick. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll stick when they're in water like that. I wonder about that. Interesting.
Yeah, that was just one of my experiments, because you know how well I got GANs up to you know what.
GANs are us, eh?
GANs are us, brother, because we're gonna need them. You know that. And I'll
Yeah.
just report on a few. Let's see if I can go.
Well,
I got too light there. Hold on.
We should have GANs factories all over every country, basically, because who knows where a disaster could break out when suddenly you need containers and containers of GANs for decontaminating water.
I got GANs down here. I got 20. I got all clean water. You know what I'm saying? But I want to report on a couple of things that I'm experimenting. I
Hey,
have.
Mark,
Yeah,
can I ask you one question?
sure.
What are you making all these games for? What is the purpose of them?
Well, didn't you just say we should have GANs for do different things?
Yeah, but
Well, that's why I have them. You got to make them in order to be able to do experiments with them. All I made them for was experiments, to find out what things do and how they react. Now I can report on how I made them. I can report on what the pHs are. I've been testing all the pHs. I can tell you I'm making food GANs.
Isn't it salt and acidic?
Pardon me?
Isn't it salt and acidic?
Salt.
Magnetic gravitational?
Well, how much do you know about salt and sugar?
A good bit to this point. I mean, I'm getting better, but it's.
Well, this is why I'm doing it. I didn't know anything about it. So what I did was made salt, sugar. I made carbon, nickel, titanium. I made,
Hey man, what are your iron GANs?
Pardon me?
What are your iron GANs?
The iron GANs, I've got tin, lead.
No. What, are they salt or acidic?
Pardon me?
Are they salt or acidic?
It's not salt or acidic. It's acidic or alkaline, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Or salt and sugar, maybe.
Yes,
that's what the pH meter's for. It'll tell you if you're acidic or if you're alkaline.
No, I meant to say salt. I mean, acidic and alkaline. But
well, that's
man, I got so much on my mind right now. I'm
right, you're all over the place, Zane, and you're kind of driving me zany here because
I'm sorry.
You're changing the topic every 30 seconds to whatever pops into your mind, and no one's able to complete their what they're trying to talk about here because of it's just kind of going all over the place. So let's just calm down a little bit so we can follow through on one thought at a time here. Just pace yourself a little bit here. I know you're excited. There's a lot of exciting things going on, and there's a lot, happening, and it's all in multi-dimensions and different things and so on. So, a lot going on for sure. Let's get back to Mark here. What were you saying there, Mark, about you're creating different Gansas? It was a good question from Zane about, what are you going to do with them? And that was what you were answering at one point, which is to have them on hand for your experiments. But also, I think you got more than just for your own experiments. You have enough that if someone needed some, you would probably be able to supply it as well.
and that's what one of the biggest intentions is. If we do have a calamity, that we better have some gallons and gallons of GANs for my neighbors. You know what I'm saying? If calamity happens in Florida and I don't need it, I'd be glad to ship it UPS. But what if it happens here? What if my neighbors are bleeding and whatnot, and my street gets
What if there's no shipping?
right? What if there's no
That
shipping?
means we need to have local suppliers of GANs everywhere, and every major city for sure should have at least one supplier, if not several, in a major city, so that it's accessible, by bicycle if necessary, or by foot or whatever, to the GANs distribution points. Like, what if everybody needed to take a bath in GANs water because of a radiation situation, or some sort of exploding asteroid from space or whatever, and we needed to decontaminate through our bathtub GANs soaking operations. That would take a lot of GANs, and that would
well, maybe
a lot
you
of
could
GANs
put 2 or
water.
3 people in a tub at a time, because the GANs, hopefully it would take away as much as possible if you had the CUO to decontaminate. But
We get to have the second bath, the second and third bath, radiation bath water, you might say. Kids
plus
go
we gotta
first. Kids and women
educate
first.
people. Don't you think that we have to educate people on how
Well,
to make this stuff?
This is the other thing about it as well. I mean, they're busy shipping GANs, around Italy and so on to get it to the survival situations. But how do you label it? First of all, you have to think about the language that's being used, in which case it might be Italian or some other language, maybe several different languages. Well, what about if it could be done in a label that was pictorial, that was a picture, and it told you what it was and what to do with it, basically, in pictures. Right. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, a dozen pictures could be worth half a book of stuff about the GANs. So I think we have to work toward universal labeling so that anyone from any country can look at it and study it and go, okay, this is what this means, and this is what it's for.
CO2 or this is CUO. It should have a common symbol so that at least they can go to the bottle and see that this is what that symbol means. So maybe we should try to create a symbol for CH3, CUO, and CO2.
Yeah, and it's not the same as the chemical, the chemistry. It's not the same as CUO.
No, it would have to be a
or
brand
CO2.
new creation, don't you think? And then probably
Yeah.
Mr. Keshe should do it because this is his gig, and those are his 3 main things. So he can basically say whatever the symbol is, just as long as it comes from him and everybody knows that this is the start point of the symbol of these types of ganses. That was one suggestion I could throw out. But I want to moving on a little bit because I got a couple of things. Like last week, I was telling you about the soy sop or the sour sop, and I made it, and I told you I made it with shea and cocoa butter. I don't know if you can see how pretty it looks.
Oh yeah.
So this is washed like 6 times. It doesn't taste salty at all. It's and it's got really nice. Well, I didn't do a pH test on it today. I started. It was really low, but it's come up now because I had too much other stuff. But anyway, I washed and washed and washed. So Sunday night, I thought, well, one way or another, we're going to have to find out if it works. It's got to be a food solution. So I just started taking a little bit at a time. Maybe 3, maybe 4 milliliters, out of a little, a little syringe where it measures it. So I kept, now I'm on it now, and I've been raising it up, and just to report now, just today, let's see, today's Tuesday, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So I've been working with it for 3 days now. And then within these 3 days, all I've ate was a cheese sandwich, 2 pieces of licorice, and and a little bit of watermelon. But the main thing is my appetite, my cravings for food is just not there. I mean, I can eat. Like tonight, I ate a sandwich, but I didn't really feel like eating it. I started eating and was like, I don't know, I'll eat it. But so I know it's working because I feel great and I don't have side effects.
What was in your concoction again there? Could you remind us?
It's Paul that
Sour sop.
Sour sop.
So you made a sour sop Gans, I guess, yeah?
Well, yes. Well, what I did was, because I know that the shea and cocoa butter is good for us and it has a lot of amino acids in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I just scooped out a couple of teaspoons of that and put it in the container. And then I put the sour sop in there. And then now all my food ganses, I use the hydrochloric acid, the HCl, because that's already in us. We know that's a compatible acid that's in our stomachs at a low grade. You can buy this stuff at a health food store. People take them by in the tablets. So, it's relatively safe to work with. I mean, you probably have to take a whole bunch of it in order to make you sick. But what it does do is it breaks the stuff down real nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that I'm working with that, and really, I thought, wow, I'm feeling pretty good now. So I'm comfortable knowing that I can make this product now. And I think that if something got wrong where there was no food available, that this will actually keep you feeling pretty good. I feel pretty good. I'm not craving food. I'm not jittery. I'm not,
Okay, and was it just the sour sop, or did you put in CO2 Gans and so on with it?
Well, once the shea butter and the sour sap and the cocoa butter all broke down from the HCl, then before I started washing it, I did put a little CO2 like Jackie does. I wash it with CO2 and just a drop of CuO, just in case there was anything of infection or any kind of, bad stuff in there, just to keep it clean. So maybe 2 milliliters of CuO. And then all I did was just wash it like I said, like 6 times with just distilled water, and that's what I have now. And
I see.
It's wonderful. So then I thought I better go to another level, and I talked to a friend who at a health food store, and he told me what a nice solution was of healthy things to put in and make a Gans. So now I'm making this Gans. And in this container, there's amino acids, propeptide amino acid. It's something you can get at the health food store. It's already a broke down amino acid. Then I have brown seaweed. I have brown rice protein. I have spirulina. I have potassium glutamate and calcium citramate.
Sounds like a smoothie to me. You just put it in a blender and drink it down. Why would you want to break it down?
And then I use the HCl to start breaking it down in the salt water.
Yeah.
And it's already starting to separate. I don't know if you can see it or not. Yeah, I moved it a little bit, but it's starting to separate.
Yeah.
Can you see the bottom? No, I don't want to.
Yeah, I see some sludgy stuff in the bottom there.
So this is my second food Gans that I'm trying to make, and he said that the body, everything that he gave me is everything the body really needs in a daily nutrition. So I'm just taking his word for it. I said to him, Chuck, if you were to buy stuff in the health food store, what would you do that I should have every day? And this man's been in the business for 40 years. And he said, well, I take this every day, and this is what I think that you should have. Then he gave me all this stuff. So I got it all written down. So we'll see. So that's my other food experiment. My next
Interesting.
experiment, you want to check, well, we'll just do it for 5 minutes because we're all talking about the resonance and the pulsing and all that good stuff. So you got some of that going too. I've been posting things on Golden Age of Gans, but they don't want to put it up on there. I made 2 different videos and they won't post them. I don't know why. But
Really?
it doesn't matter. I don't care. My stuff is working. I'm getting readings out of it. And, like Pete said, when he put the, my meter does not have a thing that goes from AC to DC.
Let's see. Hold it up
Hold on, let
there.
me just turn my monitor here so I can see.
It's hard to see. Okay, well, you've got. Where's your? You got voltage.
Yep.
Okay,
Voltage
you
is
see.
right here.
You see, you have 2 volt ranges. You got the
Yes.
one on the left and the one on the right.
Well, volts are
okay.
here.
Yeah.
Volts are there.
Now look above the V. The
Okay.
V is the one. Does one of them have a straight line and one of them a wiggly line?
Yes.
Oh, the wiggly line is alternating. That's AC. The straight
Okay, which
line
would be that
is
then.
The
Okay.
straight line is your DC volts.
Okay. All right. So then I'm on the right one for millivolts.
That's
200
AC.
millivolts.
That's AC. Yes.
That's the one we want to try to at least take the reading from.
Well, whatever DC is normally like from a battery, you'd be on the DC range, but many times with the nano coatings, the AC seems to also give a pretty good voltage, depending on the setup. So ultimately, it'd be great to get a DC voltage out, but it may be that AC is what gets indicated in certain setups. So I'd try both.
Well, that's where it's at right now.
What do we see there?
200 millivolts.
Yeah.
And can you see that it's?
I see a 5 and a 5, 5 and a 6. Is it 0.5 or 0?
Yes, 0. It's 0. Well, now it's down because I played with it, but it's 4.1.
Now it's coming up. Let it keep rising. See how far it goes.
Oh, it'll just keep on going up.
To how far?
Mark, are you still getting rotation?
No rotation.
Are you still?
Well, I changed
Oh,
my.
you're not getting.
I changed my things inside, Mario. I put that little V2 maggrav unit that they were talking about. I made one and put 2 of them inside. But I put some different ganses, and I got some balls they're shaped like eggs, and they're all stuck to the inner. Let's see. Can you see those? Can you see? Well, let me just go a little bit closer here.
That's better.
How does that look?
Way better.
Okay. What I got inside is I made one of those little mini magravs with the coils inside.
Mm-hmm.
So I got 3 of them. See the 3 with all the wires are connecting to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the CH3, the CUO, and the CO2 in the back. And then I put some CO2 in the balls and the eggs and the rings and everything.
Is something gonna hatch out of that? You think?
I don't know.
You need to throw a chicken in. You need to throw a chicken in to hatch that thing.
I'm hoping a chicken comes out of one of those eggs.
That's why you need to have a chicken in. Which came first, the egg or the hen that hatched the egg?
That's what I'm thinking.
You need a hen.
It's
an incubator. You need to just put that baby in something warm. Put it in your oven on very low range or something like that.
Well, so anyway, and then in the mini maggrav, I did some really, because I had so much room in those are 3/4 inch PVC pipes in there, and where the wires are connected, the coils are, I got them completely sealed they're completely sealed in the water there. And in the coil, in the middle of the coil, what I did was I made one of these. You see that? What? Well, I have one that's nano coated. I just made this tonight just to show you. But what I did with these is I stuck these inside the middle of the coil, the two coils that are inside the PVC pipe. And I filled this with the mercury GANs. And I filled the PVC pipe around the I'm sorry, I'm mixed up. The middle one where the lead is where the mercury one is in the middle of the lead. The other ones, the other three on the outsides with the CH3CO in the middle, I made these and I put sugar in this part and I put salt on the outside. So I could try to get a pulse going from the sugar to the salt. So, and then I made one of these for mercury, and then I got the lead in the middle, the middle one where it all grounds out to. Can you see where all the wires ground to the middle?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There's a lot of action going in there. Because I got wires going. I got a ring up here. I got another ring down here. So
what do your two wires hook onto from your meter? Where are they attached to the maggrav?
Yeah, I got that coming outside the sphere.
So it's basically just the plus and minus of the coil. Is that the way that works, or?
Yep, I got it all going just to plus and minus, and I got the top ring connected to the bottom ring, and I got one out and one in because it's just one coil. So it's just one single coil that made one ring, made one coil, and you only had two ends. So one came out, one came in. So then I made the figure 8 of the two coils from top to bottom. Meaning, I put the out in the in and the in and the out. So there would be an 8 inside the two from bottom to top. Same thing on that one. So that I could get, that's where these.
And they're connected with these nano-coated wires that have a tube over them, right?
Well, I because Renan had that one drawing, so I thought, well, maybe he's collecting something in these tubes here.
Yeah, there's something to that. I think it's a good idea.
Just to keep them covered, he had his covered, so I thought, oh, I'll steal his idea. I thought, what the heck? I'm just creating it anyway. So, and then all these are sealed with the hot glue. So so the next thing I got a question of on these meters here. If I flip it to ohms, I mean, no, well, it's been higher than that. But sometimes it'll go off the chart where it just says, I can't read it anymore.
Yeah, well, that's so if you're attaching to a nano-coated wire, that's the way it should be.
Oh, with a lot of ohms like that?
Yeah, it should be almost infinite or infinite resistance.
Yeah.
And if you're getting a good reading, it's because you've crushed through the nano layers and are attached to the physicality copper.
Oh, okay. That's why I'm getting a reading off of that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And usually that's because of the alligator clips. The teeth tend to crush and bite into the solid copper underneath the nano layers. So,
I sanded the teeth off.
Okay, I was going to say some people can sand the teeth off or
I filed them right down to nothing.
But still, it can crush the nano layers, and so you get a variance. And then the nano layers will build themselves up because they're always recreating themselves. It's not a stagnant, finished nano layer done. It's always building from the bottom element. There's always pieces of copper coming off, uniting with the oxygen and creating that copper oxide on the surface. And at the same time, some of those copper oxides are losing their oxygen randomly and turning back into coppers, and actually can go right back down the ladder into the surface again. So it's a dynamic environment, and when the big teeth of that alligator clamp on, then there's going to be action. There's going to be a crushing of the layers, but also the layers are trying to build themselves back up. So suddenly you'll get a random high resistance reading come in, and then the alligator clips, because they're under tension, might break through the layers again, and so on. So you'll get a lot of randomness going on that way.
Okay. So then we keep asking, how do we test, how do we find out if this stuff is working or not? So like I said a couple of weeks ago, I downloaded one of those apps for the Tesla apps for my phone.
Yeah, for the magnetic.
One of these.
Right.
So in here, right close to it, there's no field. So I thought, oh, that stinks. But then tonight I was just messing around my whole room. And as I rose it up above it, I got Tesla field like up to 90 up here. Let me just get the camera. Let's see what I'm right. Okay. Oops. Right now I'm at 60. I got 60 Tesla fields right up to here. Well, right there's 60. And watch when I go up. Whoop. $70, $80.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, because you're probably picking up the wires, the electrical wires in the wall at this point, and the ceiling, if you got a ceiling light and so on there.
No, I thought of that too. And there's nothing in this area. That's why the only thing close is a switch here. And if I take, see, I'll sit right on here. Here's my light switch.
Yeah.
It stays right at 58.
Okay.
So if I go over to here, I'm at 70. Now it's almost 80.
What happens when you bring it closer to the center of the room? Like just move it along the.
Now if I
but still above your units, but closer to the center of the ceiling.
Oh, over here. Oh no, phone shut off.
Like what about directly over each unit? What is it?
Nothing. It just seems to be, I don't know. I had a bigger one earlier. I've been messing around with it, but it just seems like it's bouncing this way and coming back, because I can start down low here, and right now we're at 50 Tesla. And as I raise it, 55, 58, 60, 65, 70. Bringing it closer, it drops down to 60. Back away, 70. And there's no metal or anything behind here. This is just my other room. So then I took my phone on the other side of the wall, and I got the same reading. So I don't know. So
what about in between the infinity loop of the two reactors?
You were going to ask me that, Mario. Okay, so we're at 48, 50 right here. Now I move it around. Now it's dropping, 47. But then when I went under here like this, oh, it's not doing it now. When I went under here, it kind of went up to about 65. And I haven't seen it do it since. So I don't know if the fields are moving or it seems like when I first come up to it, pardon me?
Hello?
Oh, I said, when I first come up to it, it seems like there's more fields. And then once I'm around it, the fields seem to dissipate. Or maybe I'm drawing the power away from it. I don't know.
Well, that could be because the fluids inside there will be absorbing radiation just normally, and if you get close to it, you'll tend to absorb some of that from those fields.
Okay.
But interesting.
Like I said, it's a thing without motor, and if it's only been up and running for about not even. I started last Wednesday or Thursday, and I probably finished over the weekend. So it's really only been inside the sphere since maybe Sunday afternoon where it's set up. So it's only been about
interesting. Mark, do you have a frequency scale on your multimeter with all its inscriptions around there? Check for frequency, hertz.
Yep.
See what that gives you. As you're still hooked up there, right?
It's overload. It's that thing that would make the noise.
And it's on frequency now?
Yep, I think that's what that means.
No, that's the diode, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the continuity basically, and
yeah, you don't have a frequency.
Let's just hold it there for a sec. Right, yeah, I don't see frequency on that. I thought it would with all the words around there, but it doesn't. Okay, some of them do nowadays.
Yeah.
I've got one that's got frequency on it, so I'm looking forward to trying it out more, actually. I think
that's about what I got.
Just hold it up there a second, John, while I get that spotlighted. Just a second here. There we go.
Oh, we can't hear you, John.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you, John.
Yeah, I just said let's move it down so you can see the numbers in case anybody wants to buy one. This was like $30 at Canadian Tire.
Okay.
So it goes up to 20 kilohertz. Is that right? The way it works?
Yeah.
So that's pretty much.
That's what I got to look for is one that has the hertz sign on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Frequency and hertz.
Okay.
Yeah, it's cool. pretty handy because then we can tell what is our pulse actually. Most of them won't go down into slower frequencies, but they'll go 50 hertz up to 20 or whatever kilohertz.
Okay, well that's another thing, but that's about it.
Okay.
Dances are important, and I'm just going to keep. I haven't worked on my big towers yet because I kind of got distracted over here, but I'm going to get back to the big towers probably this week, and we'll see what happens there. Yeah, that's what all the bottom ones are for. Underneath my bench is where I'm going to do all my GaNs nano coating.
Okay, Shandor's got something here. Are you trying to share your video, Shandor?
Yes.
Okay, let me get you spotlighted here and let's get that zeroed in. What's that, a GaNs detector?
No, it's a bug detector, but it's getting crazy near to my GaNs making unit.
Oh yeah. Which thing sets it off? All those containers or just certain one?
Just I have to keep away my Wi-Fi enabled device. I'm keeping it far.
Oh yeah.
But here it goes crazy always.
Do you have power going into your GaNs making unit though?
See, what is that, bro? What is that?
This is a bug detector.
How many
bug detector?
How many gigahertz does
Yeah,
the
to
bug
detect
detector?
frequencies between 1 megahertz and 6 gigahertz.
Did you make that or you bought it?
No, it's available commercial. It's about $50.
A bug detector.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
for like stuff like RF bugs, body bugs, cameras, box cameras, stuff like that. The higher frequency ones can go up to 10 gigahertz, like the MCH22.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
So I started to play with it in the evening, and I was amazed what happens here.
You're getting a lot of your audio's really bad,
Fixed
Shandor.
camera, which doesn't bring the Wi-Fi nearby, but it's not the Wi-Fi.
Sandor, have you separated the GANs and ran it over them to see if there was any difference in
So by the way, in the way how it is made, it's like a high frequency oscillating circuit anyway. You see, there are two plates interconnected with these twisted wires. So also it's like a tuned circuit. So maybe this one picks up something. Let's detect it here.
Can you put
Yeah,
about
it's
our
interesting.
GANs, please?
Hey, Sandor, my company has done a lot of counter surveillance and stuff like that. What you should do is check empty spaces like lids, the corners of things under the tip bowl, the edges of your containers, because those RFID emitters can be small like a pinhead.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sandy, can you put it by some iron GANs? And then maybe buy some copper after that, and then the CO2?
So let me adjust the sensitivity. I have to change my holding hand. So I'm going to reduce the sensitivity. Now it's 40 centimeter from my Wi-Fi enabled tablet computer. So I'm reducing the sensitivity to stop any signal. And you see, if I'm coming to here, it's making 3 lights.
And that's your zinc and CO2, right?
Yeah, you see, just here again, it's nothing. If I go higher, it goes nothing. If I go under the table, it's again nothing. It's just here in this area.
All right. Do you know where the sensor is inside that little mechanism?
Repeat, please.
Do you know where the sensor is inside that mechanism?
Inside the liquid?
No, inside the mechanism, the thing you got in your hand, brother.
So
That might have something to do with it.
So, of course, the antenna is needed for it to function.
Yeah, I think it's the sensor in this case. So does it work on the other Gansas or just on the plate configuration, Shandor?
It works on this one, and I have here some GANs which I want to make a paste for capacitors, and here also. But they are set in a certain order.
Is there any variance in the Gansas, like the iron one that Zane mentioned?
Yes, sure. Yes, sure. Let's reduce again the sensitivity.
Sorry, man.
I made the antenna very short.
Nice. Sandra, take that little cup of iron GANs. Can you set it somewhere by itself?
Oh, this is a copper. It makes the same.
It's the same.
It says pH3 in the mixture. Still it makes the
That's
same.
really clicking, man. See, that's C3.
I think this is. It has these two plates which are connected with these wires. So this is basically like an oscillating circuit.
Mm-hmm.
Sandor, you might also see a difference holding it vertically versus horizontally using a detector like that.
If I hold it perfectly vertically, it doesn't make anything. There is something, yes, there is something, but not so.
What about vertically the other way, aiming it down at the plates?
Like this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm losing it from the picture. Let's make this longer.
See, that made it happy.
I made it too sensitive. No, it's low sensitivity signals here. Right to this coil thing. So anyway, this is not an insulated environment, so the thing maybe has to be remade in a different environment if you want to compute anything. But I just wanted to show it is another toy which can show something happening around.
Hey,
Right
Shandor,
on. Thank you.
what's the frequency range on that detector?
I don't hear well. Sorry, I have no headphones.
Oh, what is the frequency range, or how high is the frequency for that detector?
This detector, it comes from 1 megahertz up to 6 gigahertz.
Okay, so that's still on the low end of the gigahertz. What it could be doing is actually picking up your camera.
Yeah. It could be
So
picking
this
up
is
him.
up to 6 gigahertz. Do you call that a low end?
6, you said?
6 gigahertz, yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. The MCH22 can go for, well, it's a little more expensive than $50. It's $250, but it'll go up to so you might be picking up, because in the 6 gigahertz band, it might be picking up your
So, of course, more sensitive device with a tuning or something that could give some more information. But anyway, I just played with it with that bug detector in the evening, and I was wondering who got my GANS kit.
Picking up the camera. You're doing my friend.
The 6 gigahertz is all right, but it's still on the low end.
Two plates which function like a capacitor and connected with twisted wire.
5 gigahertz.
Like a coil. In that case, that works like a high frequency, very high frequency, or ultra high frequency oscillating circuit. So maybe that.
Okay, so Sandor, have you put any liquid plasmas of just those elements into just a bottle and then tested it, like different ones?
I have a lot of gases there and liquid plasmas on the table, so it's hard now to move everything away and then to start one by one with them. That of course it can be done in a couple of hours.
Okay, but the thing of it is see, I'm lacking some understanding, and man, I need this bad because I just need it. Whenever we add gold to lead and we add silver to lead and a few other elements.
Yeah, I have no heavy metals here.
Those are precious metals.
I have no heavy metals.
Yeah, or heavy metals. Yeah. But okay, but with raising the atomic weight, what are we actually achieving?
So
where's Armin, man? Where's Armin?
I have only copper GaNs, CH3 GaNs, and some nano copper and CO2 GaNs. That's all what I have. I'm not playing with heavy metals.
Yeah.
I'm in a living house, so I don't want those fields near myself. Neither near to my neighbors who are just a couple of meters away.
Yeah.
I think you understand, Zane, the teaching about the gradient and the variation in the fields and so on, and that's essential to create the free plasma and to create the structure of the spaceship structure, right? You've heard of that teaching before?
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, that's basically it, and what you do with it from there is all in the the devil's in the details, as they say, to try to get it to actually respond to what your wish is, which is to create lift or whatever.
Can you tell me a little bit about the iodine, brother, please?
I don't know anything about the iodine.
I got a bit on
I
iodine.
haven't experimented with the iodine.
Is it a link in between the zinc and our brain? You know, is it that link? I don't know.
Well, we know that iodine's used in the thyroid, for example. It's a major part of the substance that's involved with the thyroid. But I don't know that much about it, other than Mr. Keshe has talked about iodine recently, and people are trying to make iodine GaNs and this kind of thing.
Hey, Rick, I got a thing about iodine there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the one thing is, what type of iodine are you using? Are you guys using potassium iodide?
No.
Using for what? For what purpose?
Well, for your experiments, or even just for ingestion.
What experiments, though? No. Who's ingesting iodine? Wait a minute. Whoa. Someone ingesting iodine?
Is the iodine for making the iodine GaNs?
Well, this is the idea.
What kind of iodine are you talking about? Tincture, or are you talking about from like kelp?
No,
well,
from plants.
What you want to try is some nascent iodine.
But what's the purpose for it, man?
Yeah, okay, I have something about that. Look, there's a concept with these magnetic fields that likes like. If you have CO2, it'll link with CO2. If you have CH3, it'll link with CH3.
Right.
Your body is made up of these ganses. So it's when you drink the GaNs water, the CO2, or you use the food patches or the health patches or whatever, you're introducing fields that are like the fields of your body, and your body has the ability to interact with them. The iodine, Mr. Keshe has been very clear, is the same, the field strength of the soul. The zinc is the same. It's like the fields of the soul.
Yes.
Like zinc is the fields of the emotional part, and the copper is the fields of the physicality part. But the thing Mr. Keshe said is, none of these iodines, unless you get it from an animal, and you have to find the very, very center of its brain right there where it's already been converted to the amino acid structure. It's already in a GaNs form. You're not going to be able to get the fields. Maybe somebody suggested with the kelp, he said maybe partially. You will get part of the fields, because there's a spectrum, so you'll get part of the fields of the soul. But that's what it's for.
But it'll
It's
start awakening.
to access the fields of the soul and interact with the fields of the soul. That's why I was talking about that insect dying in that container.
Yes.
That, and I think, I mean, I could be going nuts. I've been, you know, that's always a possibility I have to consider. But I think it willingly gave me, its intention was to transfer those fields. So I think I have iodine in my CUO, but not iodine from kelp, iodine from a living entity that gave it to me.
Interesting. That's a good
That's
reminder.
Field
Thank you.
Right. That's was the point I was saying is, and that's why I put it in the center of this reactor with my blood, and I dropped a drop of the regular iodine Gans water that I made. I think that just will give me a broader spectrum of that. I think possibly there's other entities that do have like fields like me, that iodine, but I don't know.
Well,
But
definitely the Himalayan salt is composed about 5% iodine is the way I understand it. So it has big iodine available. I don't know whether it's considered the same organic sort of thing as brain matter and that sort of thing, but
yeah, that's what I think Mr. Keshe was saying. You're all trying to get it from that, but you're not going to get it.
Okay, well, what about bone marrow? Bone marrow, it's got to be full of iodine.
Yeah, but I think Mr. Keshe said you've got to get not just the brain, it's got to be right at that center part of the brain, which I think a surgeon, a neurosurgeon might know how to find that.
Yeah, the pineal gland.
But yeah, it's in that pineal gland where the flower of life structure.
Yeah.
Or a butcher.
Yeah, and so I suppose I don't know if I'm breaking up here. The internet's really bad. Armin said he made a Gans of brain a few weeks ago. So he's got the whole brain in there. So presumably,
well, I
you know,
seen hands following him around. That was freaking me out.
Yeah, I'm not that thrilled,
man.
Yeah, well, I've been you know, that's why I was wondering about while I was sitting there with looking at these flies in my bathroom, you know, and like I said, I know I have a connection. I think I have a connection with them, that they know I'm not going to kill them. They know I'm not a threat, and I know they know, and they know I know, so to speak. And when I was trying to think, I was wondering, Mr. Keshe was saying you can get that from an animal without killing it. How? And then what I was going through in my mind at the time was, well, if I could talk to the cows the way I could talk to these little flies, I could get a fly to come over by my container, and you know, and that's when I think I got this thing. The flies can give me what I wanted. I was literally in the shower, and I just, like I said, I just blocked it out of my mind and finished my shower and went out and looked into CO2 kit. The copper oxide kit there, and there was a fly, like it was. I was looking in its eyes as it died, and it said, "Here, take what you need," and it died. It just folded over. I mean. So those fields have to be in that Gans. So I have the fields of the soul of that animal, and I think it intended to give it to me. So intention counts. The real question is that close enough? You know, an insect soul, a cow.
Where's Dr. Keshe, man? Where's Dr. Keshe?
Well, I got it loaded in there anyway. But like I said, it was, to me, I loaded that reactor, and 2 days later was the workshop. And it started out with the normal thing of the MagRav units. And then it immediately, there's 4 hours to 1 hour of MagRav units and 3 hours about the soul. And Mr. Keshe saying to read the Baha'u'llah, that the Pope would want to burn him for telling us that, is exactly what you were saying you're not. Well, I was reading that. You are the God of the Bible. That's what the Pope doesn't want you to know. You are the God of the Bible, because the God of the Bible is made of the fields. Your soul is literally created an octave lower of field strength. That's your emotional part. And then there's other octaves below that are the physicality. Those field strengths we register as the elements. So you have a field strength of zinc, but it's not a zinc, it's a field strength.
Right.
And the zinc is close enough that it'll interact. But I think the iodine you buy is not close enough. I have a container of it, pure
Okay,
iodine.
so how do we get it? How do we obtain it, man?
Well, you have to get it from the brain of an animal. And you,
What
and
kind
you
of
have,
animal?
well, cows, I suppose, and pigs are as close to
So
human.
what if I got it from a wolf?
You're asking me. I'm asking you. Is an insect good enough? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Is a cow close enough? I don't know. But so that to me is the only question. I definitely got the field strength of iodine. We would call it iodine of the soul of an animal. There's no question about it. Whether that's going to affect the souls of every person on this planet.
It could very well, man.
I mean, this reactor's not very powerful at the moment. The way I've got it loaded, because I've got CO2 in the center and copper oxide in the second ball, and in the third ball I got CH3. And I'm not getting the same kind of interaction I got when I had it loaded. The original.
Did you make one of these? One of these
No,
things
I'm talking about
like
my little
Carmen made with the ball in the center?
No, I made those, but I can't get them to spin. The plastic will just smash to pieces. I don't even want to. No way I'll get those RPMs. Well, that's why I went back to this pyramid reactor again, because it's a ball inside a ball inside a ball. That's what I originally designed last year.
Hey, did you notice that
structure with the golden ratios for the size of the ball? So it's better than a ball inside a ball inside a ball, because it's the exact ratios. Which the ones I bought are just what I could buy that I could fit. They're not the right ratios, where this is. And because they're just 4 little balls spinning creates a spherical ball in it. And because those 3 base reactors are going at a much, much higher velocity than the top reactor, it's creating a gradient flow, a pull just from a single GAN. And I have
got chills.
So it's a really, really powerful interaction of the fields when you spin it, even at low rotation, and you get that it's a crystal tube reactor without crystals or tubes. Remember, I showed that to Mr. Keshe. Same reactor. This is just a little version of that. There's a way to control those using what you're asking about with the ganses. What are the different weights of the ganses for? To create a pull. I can load
push pull.
Well, so that I can load that in a way where I have a gradient going out in a spiral, but that takes a lot. It's more complicated.
No, I know it is, because, dude, a monoatomic state of any metal, it's a super deformed nuclei with a high spin, low energy.
No, that's the matter level understanding of the PhDs that don't know anything about plasma. That's wrong.
No,
trust me, that's wrong. Okay. No, there's no deformed nothing. There's a flower of life in every cell of your body.
Yes, of course.
There's no deformed
in every cell of your body.
If there's anything that's deformed, it's the shape of our body. Because Mr. Keshe said this. I asked this of Mr. Keshe 1.5 years ago. I thought everything's a sphere, so we should have a spherical plasma field. So how does the structure of the body come about? When Mr. Keshe explained it last year, I didn't get it. When he explained it about a month ago, he said, here's the fields. He drew a circle and he drew a line where the lower jaw is. You've opened up the fields and created it, bent it down, like taking an onion and slicing it and then opening it up at a part of it and having it sort of going down. That's what our body is. That's a very strange concept that I did not see coming. That's what our body is. It's a sphere. And Mr. Keshe said, what we really want to do to travel in space is close that back up. So again, it's interesting that the lower jaw is where there's a tube for eating, right? And then all your arms and your legs and all the rest of it is from layers formed from the opening up of a sphere. Does that make sense? It's kind of hard.
No, very much. It does. Yes.
But as strange as could be, I mean, to me, I thought we were subsets within. Mr. Keshe said, in a way, but really, when he explained that, so you know, again, the eating thing, I always end up coming back to that. And I always end up coming back to this little pyramid, you know,
Yeah,
the big,
yeah, man.
because that thing, I think, if I can get that, another one, I have to wait another week or 10 days, I'll get another frame.
Putting dry amino acid in GANs, you know, everything of our, the 3 that we need into those, and just going into the area, but having like a dump for it, you know, that way all the negative energy would be pulled out of it, and we'd receive everything that we needed.
Well, you need the CO2, you need the zinc, you need the copper, you need the CH3 that gives you the spectrum of everything from the emotional part out, I guess, more or less, maybe a few other little things, calcium or whatever. But you need the iodine to balance the soul, that to interact with the soul. And it can't be metal iodine or whatever it is, whatever it's kind of, and it can't be even from seaweed. You're not going to get it. Or
Okay. Check this out. Okay, you saying that, it makes me think. Okay, whenever I started consuming my liquid plasma, all right, man, I went through some dramatic changes. I mean, everything was in my face. Things were just difficult. You know, if I didn't want to deal with them, they became harder, and I had to face them. There was just no getting around it. Okay. So, you know, I thought about it, took care of it, and then I started to be. And then, so what was that? That wasn't my soul. That was my mind, right? That was my consciousness imbalancing itself. Or
yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so there's another level to this. So once we get to the soul, then we can get to our higher selves.
That's right. And
all right, man. All right.
But your soul is the creator that the God that the Bible's actually talking about. That's what that Baha'u'llah thing, you should read that. We all should be reading that, because that's telling us the truth that we didn't know, what was hidden, that we are all gods. God created replicas of itself. We have our own image, but we all have.
Word was the most phenomenal thing I've ever read in my life. I can't even begin to tell you how hard it hit me.
Well, according to Mr. Keshe, the Baha'u'llah is closer. It hasn't been tampered with and edited and changed. So you get closer to the truth of what the actual Bible has been saying, what the Torah says, what the what do you call it, the Muslim. I can't remember. Anyway, what all the other religious books, all the other religious books. They were actually saying that, but they've been twisted. Moses twisted it. The popes twisted it. They use it for their own. They don't want us to know that you don't need a reactor. You don't need to eat. You don't need shelter. So as long as we need those things and they control those things, and they're the kings and we're their servants.
That's right. They're the new gods.
They become the kings.
Yes. Well,
the kings, the generals, and the captains of industry is the way the Bible puts it, you know. But they are finished if people realize the truth. But you have to. But we've been. We don't have the confidence. We don't have the confidence. That's what the drinking of the plasma water is about for me. I keep my belly full, so you know I have the confidence that if I don't eat, I'm not going to die. Yeah. And I still, you know, crave foods, you know. Anyway, but
hey, does your mind ever rest? Your body falls out before your mind does, huh? Have you felt like you're just carrying dead weight yet?
Oh yeah, whenever I eat.
Dude, is there a light behind your eyes like you just can't believe?
Yeah, for me, it's flight lessons, not eating. I feel like it's something, the same experience that musicians have when we play together, and you get what Dizzy Gillespie called, you make that thing happen. And my composition teacher used to call it talking to the angels, where you're performing, but you're not there anymore. You're in another realm talking to the angels. So that feeling I start getting all the time now, closer and closer and closer. And like the band, when I was playing with them last year and I first fired up this reactor and I had this, you know, intense thing, we've got to where we were like in a normal gig, if you're playing 6 nights a week and you can make that thing happen 3 or 4 times a week, then you feel like you got the best job in the world. Doesn't matter what it pays,
Yeah.
because that thing is something that every musician craves. That's what they're going for, the good ones anyway, the ones that understand.
Yeah.
So we got to where when that reactor was spinning, by the 3rd month of that gig, we started to play and we were talking to the angels. The audience could feel it. The staff's behavior changed so noticeably, and the audience behavior changed so noticeably that the owners literally talked to the band leader, asked them if we were using voodoo. They was saying, can you believe in magic, man? Because it was such an end after we left, we're back to normal, you know? And so there's the ganses affect the emotion, but the music, as the 4 of us were playing, we have souls, and that feeling is connecting to the soul of us. That's connected on a higher level, of a higher world, of a higher octave.
Dimension.
You know,
The next
but
dimension.
now we know how to make, or in principle, make magnetic gravitational plasma fields put it in a reactor that is like the fields of the soul, but not from the iodine from the kelp, or at least partially.
So can we transfer that from a laser into the CO2?
Well, where are you going to get the soul from in the first place? I mean, unless you use yours, which again, that then goes back to the Baha'u'llah, to start to understand how to access that without needing any of the ganses. If you really are creating yourself, if you are really the creator, then what do you need any of this stuff for? Right? You should be able to roll your body back up into a ball and just immediately and instantaneously. If the emotion changes the physical body, it takes time. So the ganses, if you can live off a reactor and not eat anything or consume any water or anything for 6 months, your body will lose its digestive tract. That's what Jackie said, Mr. Stolden.
6 months?
But if you can
Dude, I've been on it for 9.
Yeah, well, me too, but I still eat and I still drink water.
Yeah.
So that's still matter going through the system. So we need to be able to draw the fields from feeding reactors, and that then,
well, these babies
you can access the soul, then you can change your body instantaneously. You want an extra arm? What do you want? You want no digestive tract and draw the fields. You know, in other words, we now come to another level of understanding that we are actually reactors that are way more powerful than anything we could make out of matter. And that's what the Bible refers to as the Almighty. You are the Almighty. That's a scary thing.
So being able to understand that we hold this abilities.
So why am I still hungry?
Okay, but no.
Well, that's what I'm asking myself. How do I get control of that? I think
it's the physicality, man. The back of your tongue, your nose. That's what absorbs all the energy from the air, right?
No, you draw the fields magnetically.
What, through your skin? No.
No, you're interacting with the fields is what's happening. Yeah, you breathe. Mr. Keshe said 80% of the energy we use for existence, we get from the environment. We absorb it. Okay. Also through breathing too. So that means 20% we get from our food. But we use 80% of the energy of our body to digest the food. So it's not very efficient, is it? We're using 80% of our energy to get 20% of our energy.
Hey, can you excuse me? I gotta go help my wife real quick. She's got a problem with the computer. It won't take me but a second. I'm sorry, really.
No, it's okay. I didn't mean to go into a dialogue there either. So I'm sorry if Anyway, okay, that's might be a little bit there.
Thank you, Mario, and thank you, Zane. That's good stuff. I see James has been patiently waiting by, or at least has his video on here, and seems to have some sort of replication of the compressor concept here. What's happening there, James? Not hearing your audio right now. I don't know if you're trying to speak, but we're not getting the audio. I'm going to mute Zane because we're getting some feedback there. James, not hearing your audio. Not sure if you're able to get it to work. You can select your audio settings maybe in the Zoom under the arrow beside audio. Hello? Thought I heard a clicking there.
Hello.
Yes, hi.
Love you, Rick.
That's Zane. What happened to James? No?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can you
yes.
hear me now?
Yep, loud and clear.
Oh, okay. How you doing? Sorry about that. I didn't know it was off. Yeah, my attempt at the generator.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So you have a big fridge and you've got a separate compressor hooked together, I guess?
yeah, it's hard for me to get this lined up here. I'm sorry. It's backwards. Okay, yeah. So I got the fridge compressor right here. Does it matter whether it's a 1.4 amp and compared to the 0.8 amp that they have in the drawings for that compressor?
Don't know. It probably matters more if they just harmonize with each other somehow to create this pulse that we're interested in. So it would depend on the whole setup, I suppose.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be exact. You know what? I was going to ask you about wiring, but I'm having such trouble getting this thing to get into the wiring. Well, my problem is in here anyway. Does that make any sense? God. So I have the two connected, obviously, and on the A compressor, it shows it wired to the start pole. And in my system, if I put it on the start pole, it doesn't run. It only runs when it's on the run pole. Any advice there?
John, are you still with us? Maybe you could advise on
Yeah,
that.
I'm still here. You should have a wire going to both start and run. Some of them have a little thermal switch in there that when the thermal switch heats up, it switches from the start to the run. Other ones have a mechanical switch, which is the click that Mr. Keshe was talking about.
Right. Yeah, I get that.
The point of that is the start windings are very high current, low RPM windings, and they give the compressor a kick because the compressors usually have to start against a load.
Right.
If
Okay,
you're not
so-
running against the load, you may not need it. But I'm not sure how much the two windings within that same motor affect the feedback that's coming into the other one, because every time the magnetic field in those windings collapses, you're going to get a back EMF coming back out. That's going to play a part in this.
You're talking about the coil here.
No, I'm talking about the coils in the motors themselves.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And that coil too. I mean, when you have a magnetic field collapse in that coil, you're going to create a back EMF, which is a negative voltage going the opposite direction from where it started. But on that coil, it's so minor, I don't even think it's anything to worry about. But inside the motors, you've got coils that are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of turns around a magnetic material, like a piece of steel or a piece of iron. And when the coils energize, they create a magnetic field within that iron. When you turn those off, when that magnetic field collapses, it creates a spike of energy in the opposite direction, which it's going to happen. There's nothing we can do about it. That's just the way things work. Whether that's part of the system for the feedback between the two motors, I don't know, but it strikes me as that's kind of important there. So as far as the problem with it, you putting it on the start, if you just put it on the start, your motor should just turn really slow and be rattly and just kind of just grind away. Won't actually spin up to speed. It needs to have power on both of them. That's why you see in the drawings, they're both connected to electricity, but with this switch between them.
And when you're talking about the switch, which switch? Oh, you're right. The switch that disconnects it from the startup power, right?
Which switches from the start. Once it reaches either a certain temperature or a certain speed of the motor, it switches to the run side, and then it runs up to speed.
Right. I didn't build that part. I just I have a connection to the AC, to the power, to the grid.
Yeah. Typically with an AC motor, if it has the mechanical switch, what you'll hear when it starts up is like a wang. It'll start to turn. There'll be a click, and then it'll run up to speed. Whether you can hear that in these compressors, I don't know. The click, you should be able to hear the click if there's a mechanical switch in there.
I hear I hear a click from the compressor in the fridge, but not from the one, the larger one on the number, the A letter A.
Okay.
But so if they just run, is it still critical to whether it's on the start or the run? If I put it on the run cycle for the A compressor, it'll start up. Both compressors will start up. The other thing that the fridge, the compressor in the fridge didn't have a capacitor, so I found this thing which replaces the capacitor and the PTC in one, and was easier to wire it up as well.
Okay, it's close, but it's still a fairly significant departure from the drawing, so I can't really advise as far as that goes.
Okay.
Like you asked before, does it matter if the current is lower than what's on the drawing? And no, I don't think so, because all you're doing is you're creating this pulse between the two.
Right.
That it's a self oscillation between the two rotating systems, and it's that oscillation that triggers the plasma, and the plasma gets moved into your circuits, converted back to electricity, and that's what you're using. So you're not the motors in the refrigerators are not actually generators per se. You're not actually drawing current from those motors. They're only there to trigger the plasma. So when I first looked at it, what I thought was, why are we using fridge compressors other than everybody's got a fridge and it makes sense? Why not just use a small AC motor?
Right.
If it's configured the same way as the fridge compressor, it should work just fine.
Okay. Well, I went with the fridge compressors because that's was the thing that Douglas had completed, and I thought I'm kind of doing the monkey see monkey do thing, in the process of learning the theory, getting a little bit of knowledge every time I put time into it. A couple more questions for I've got the maggrav up top connected to as the stacker. Got the capacitors coming out into the input side on the live side, and then the output side on the output side. But what happens to the two neutrals? Do they not run past the compressors? Should they go into the ground or something?
No, nothing. They basically, the neutral and the ground go straight through the unit.
Okay.
They're the only thing that the coils are attached to the live side, and they're only connected to the neutral through the capacitors. The neutral basically is just a wire that goes straight through the unit.
Oh,
Same with the
okay. So like the drawings, like the ones that we built. Like I've got one over there that I built that I took that from.
Yep. They're pretty much exactly the same. The capacitors are configured a little bit differently than what most people are building, but essentially it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And the way you've got that wired sounds correct. I don't have the drawing up, so I can't really go through it. I'm just going from memory, but it sounds correct as far as that goes. The only issue I can see with your system, the way it's running, is your compressors are backwards from the drawing. The fridge has got the switch, whereas the freestanding compressor in Douglas's had the switch. And you're using an outboard like capacitor system with that, so there may be some issues with the wires there. Probably not if you've wired it the same as the drawing.
Exactly. That's exactly how I wired it. Like obviously it had to get connected to the compressor the way the thing is designed. The output on those were wired just like.
Correct.
One thing that happened, there's two lines coming out of that universal capacitor thing. One line would represent the positive at the top of the compressor, and one would be the negative. When I switch those, the way they are now, it doesn't do it. But when I switch those, it shorts out my capacitors up top. Does that indicate anything?
Well, keep in mind that the neutral of your power leads on where you connect your wiring up to your compressors, the neutral is connected to the case of the compressor. So when you wire one of them backwards, where you're putting live to the neutral side, you're actually going to energize that case.
Okay, gotcha.
So if your capacitor is hooked up in that fashion, then yeah, you're going to reverse bias that capacitor and probably cause some problems.
Before I had that universal thing in, it was I didn't notice. I don't know if I had it wired the other way around. Would it have shorted out without that in there? If I just had the PTC connected and that terminal for the positive, you think it would have shorted out?
If you've got the two compressor cases connected in any way together, then yes, it would certainly. But if they are isolated from one another and only connected through the electrical connections, then you shouldn't have an issue.
Okay, yeah, no, they're definitely interconnected as it shows in the drawing. Positive, negative, to positive.
Yeah, just remember that the cases are going to be at opposite polarities, opposite potentials. One's going to be neutral potential, one's going to be live potential.
Okay, yeah.
So don't touch them at the same time because it'll probably hurt.
Right. Right. I took all the wiring and I nano-coated all the wiring. I don't know if you can see that. To all the components instead of using a coated wire. I was hoping that would make an improvement.
Okay.
Is that right?
Well, that's the goal. You just did it to begin with, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. What are you using for a trigger circuit? What have you got for a trigger for that?
Actually, I was most of the time I was running it out of my built MagRev.
No, that's
which is connected to the circuit to the grid.
Your startup system. What are you using for your startup system?
The grid.
Oh, it won't work.
Okay.
You can't start it from grid power. You have to start it from DC generated AC voltage, and that cannot be connected to the power. It has to be run off a battery.
Okay. All right. When the Chinese guy that asked in a previous workshop, Mr. Keshe, did he answer that question? I thought he didn't answer that question when he asked if he could go off the grid. Not that that's important. I thought he had said we could. I'm obviously mistaken.
Well, they may have some way to be able to do that. But my understanding of using the battery-powered DC motor to spin up the little two-pole pump generator, the output is not just plain old AC electricity. it's a very different kind of energy that's coming out of that. And I think I mentioned it a couple of times. I was working, or I went to a fellow named Gerard Morin's house, and he demonstrated his system, and he was using that exact system to trigger a rather different kind of a setup. We were working with extremely high voltages, 40, 50,000 volts, and the plasma that created. And when we ran the system on the DC motor, because he had a DC motor attached to a pump from a washing machine, and they're a little tougher than a pond pump.
Okay.
There's a number of different ways, but a whole bunch of them are built exactly the same as the pond pump, and they'll work just fine. But they're tougher. They'll last longer, because the pond pumps, you're not going to get more than about 2 hours running time out of those things, and they're going to be junk. Anyway, when we tried to run that off a battery eliminator, so we had it plugged into the wall, and we had a 12-volt output, and we put that on the 12-volt motor and spun the thing up, we got virtually no results. We had lots of high voltage, but we didn't have the weird effects that we were getting. We weren't lighting up fluorescent tubes and hair standing on end and all kinds of weird things like that.
Okay.
When we ran the 12-volt motor off a battery, then that's when we got the strange output, because of the two isolated systems. Because even if you plug it into the wall, the common is still running all the way through the whole system. You're connected to the wall, the common's to the wall. It's all interconnected, so you can't have an isolated system that way.
Right.
And I'm certain, 99% certain, that it's not the simple pulse of voltage / current coming out of this thing that's creating this trigger for the device. It's that extra little bit, the RF strange spikes that we were seeing that are the actual trigger for this system.
Okay.
Does that help at all?
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's a learning process for me, that's for sure.
Thank you very much for this great input. By the way, it's Andrew here. I'd like to say I have some little observations. So I watched the first demo video, that with the colorful footer of the PID. Then the second demonstration of Douglas done on the same table in his house. And then the third public demonstration, which was outside on the concrete. And the third demonstration, Douglas has shown that he has a wire which goes to the capacitor of the refrigerator. But in the first two videos, we couldn't see any extra wire from there.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering about that myself. Why did he have to have it around when he went outside?
Sorry, is that capacitor connection an optional thing? What do you think?
As far as I know, no, it's not. You need to have that capacitor in there. But you brought up an interesting topic, and that is, why did he not require a ground connection in the house? Well, when he went outside, he did. And I think he did the ground because he was getting shocks off the system. I think that's why he put the ground in there, not that it wasn't running properly. It was just that it was.
I learned from the standalone photovoltaic system that sometimes they got charged with static electricity,
right,
which is by grounding.
Right. And we also know there's something about concrete. Like if you put a car battery on concrete, it'll just eat the battery. It'll drain it down. So it may be that he had that whole system sitting on the concrete, and there was some interaction with it with the concrete that caused that.
So my question was about the wire which goes from the A of the ABC switch and from the plasma capacitors to the capacitor of the compressor B.
I'm gonna have to.
The first two videos, he showed it so many times. It was no such an extra wire. It was only the refrigerator plugged into that extension cord.
I got a couple questions as well.
I can't seem to find my drawing.
Well, somebody shared it a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, is that the one? Oh no, that's just a generator schematic. Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. It's in there. Okay, the wire running from the positive of the capacitor down to the capacitor in red. Yeah. Well, if it's on the drawing, it would probably need to be there. I would start with going by the drawing, and then once I get that and I get it to work, then I may start removing things and changing a few things to see where it's going to fail. Yeah, I would say
more regarding the drawing, and somebody put that question in the question and answers.
Would you guys like to know one of the main
may I say that? So somebody put also that question whether on the schematics isn't accidentally mistyped the S and R connections. So the main winding and the auxiliary winding of the compressor A, aren't they accidentally reversed? Which can happen in case if somebody is doing the drawing on based on copy paste of elements which are already done.
Questions were that we see the image up on the screen there now on the screen. Which connection was that you were mentioning, Shandor?
I would say that they're both reversed because you've got the PTC, which is the temperature control switch. When it warms up, it disconnects going to the run side.
Yeah, so
I would say that
side, but should disconnect the starter coil.
That's right. I would say that the capacitor is still going to be attached to the start side because that it needs that kick to overcome any the pressure that's in the system, the resistance in the motor. But I would say, yeah, probably the start and the run are backwards on that because you would the PTC would fire both coils, and then when it warms up, it would shut the start windings off. But
Yeah,
that's not
the refrigerator compressor B drawing. All is correct. So we have such kind of connections in certain type of refrigerators. But in case of compressor A, it seems that S and R are maybe reversed because normally you have to have the run coil to be powered all the time and the start coil only at the beginning, which is disconnected by the PTC switch.
Right.
I think the idea with that compressor was that we're getting a lot of feedback, Shandor, I think through your system.
Sorry.
Yeah, you need to turn the speakers down or something there. It's really feeding back. It's quite, your voice comes through quite distorted.
Yeah, my tablet leaned against a piece of paper, so that
that's better, yeah. We're still getting a lot of feedback there. Okay. The way I understand it was that the compressor A, because it has no load on it as such, it's just open lines and so on, maybe doesn't even need the start circuit in order to run. It just hooked up to the run circuit almost directly.
Yeah, if I can I annotate? I guess not.
You should be able to. How do we do that?
It didn't come up on my list.
Okay, it's not disabled for attendees. Let me try to enable it for you here.
Just one quick thing while you guys are doing that. Have you ever tried, because the diagram, the one thing it doesn't do is it doesn't show the other pole for the neutral. You know, so it makes you wonder, is that supposed to be 120 AC or is it supposed to be 240 or 220 AC?
No, it's 120 with this setup. But you'll notice they made a mistake with the on the power strip unit, the small and large slot should be reversed, because the small slot is the positive and the longer slot should be the negative.
Yeah.
So that needs to be swapped over to make that correct.
The dual contactors to get rid of the compressors and all the over.
Well, here's another setup. Let me show you what. Whoops, annotate accidentally. That works. Clear all. Jeez. Get me back to my mouse. There we go. Clear all drawing, then back to mouse. I wanted to show what was just offered by Cecilio, who's in our chat here. He mentions it's supposedly from the Keshe Foundation, Spain, and it shows another design of the maggrav generator. I wonder if maybe Cecilio could say something about that. I'm not sure if you're able to speak and understand English or not.
He made a representation of that unit which was presented by the Philippine PID last time. It's very similar to that, just they are using very special capacitors and the coils are interconnected in a different way.
Okay. So maybe it's a lot of interference with your microphone there, Shandor. Have to get that straightened out, I guess. Okay. Yeah, well, maybe this is all we need. Maybe this is a complete system as is, or does it need some other pulsing factor other than the special connection with the... I guess you mean the special connection with the Unidad maggrav up on the left side, upper left side there.
Yeah, it looks like it's wired the same. It's just upside down. That's all. It's going in counterclockwise rather than clockwise directions, or the gravitational is counterclockwise. But it looks like the same wiring as the other ones. They're just upside down.
Let's try to blow that up a little.
Okay. Yeah, the wiring's the same. It's just backwards.
So the whole coil's just flipped over. Is that what you're saying? Or is there an actual change in the wiring itself? It's just the whole thing's flipped around.
I don't see a change in the wiring. We go gravitational, a second loop to the gravitational, same direction, and that comes to the magnetical in the opposite direction. Yeah, it's just flipped over.
Okay. And how's it? It's still hooked up negative and positive.
Negative is gravitational. Negative is gravitational. Yeah, it's hooked the same way. It's just upside down. That's all. I don't know how that's going to create the feedback. What would you call it? Ring modulation.
The loop or whatever.
That's kind of what we want. It's a low frequency ring modulator that keeps the system triggered.
So what would do that in this system? Do we have anything?
Can't see how that would work. I mean, you do have an LC. You do have a conventional electronic LC connection, because every one of those coils is going to be an inductor, and you've got all those 12 capacitors.
Right, and these ones are all, the bottom ones are all in series, where this one is in actually more like a parallel to just say.
Yeah, you got 3 in series and 1 in parallel, and the one in parallel is is opposite field rotation. Still, I don't see how that's going to create that give and take that's needed to keep the system running.
Maybe that's the secret is in the center picture.
Probably. Run it
And
off your
it's
own.
something to do with
Else around it,
intention.
you breathe.
What is the translation of the Spanish on that? Something about your
Something about intention.
Your intention, with your intention, or something.
I don't
Says
understand how relevant-
Cecilio says in the chat, just a minute there, Mario. Says, see the maggrav on the left, my friend. The left maggrav is a complete maggrav with 3 floors. Yes, positive with positive. Yes, opposite rotation. The middle in the center are you, your intention. Yes. The point is the second maggrav is you don't have a lot of intention.
Okay, so we've got basically 2 stackers wired in parallel with opposite field rotations and a ton of capacitors. Again, I still don't see where the feedback is coming in, where that pulse is.
Maybe it's you, your heart provides the pulse.
Totally possible. Totally possible. But
Well,
then, what happens when you go on vacation? Everything in your house quits?
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Mario?
Okay. I'm not sure how relevant this is. When I made my coil ring reactor, I actually had 9 coils, not 9 double coils, right? They kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I followed the flower of life ratios, the golden ratio going out. What I noticed, what I had to do when I made those, in order to, there's a simulation of how the fields, when they're laid flat like this, they're pressed down flat. But in reality, each coil should be offset at a 30-degree angle in one direction, next one offset at 30 degrees in the other direction, 30 degrees, 30 degrees, 30 degrees, 30 degrees, like that, in opposite directions. When you get to the last coil, it's flipped upside down exactly. What I ended up doing was flipping, because I couldn't angle them at the right angles. I just flipped each one over the other way. So the first coil is in one direction. The second coil, it's wired the same way, but it's upside down. It's just like this. And that creates a feedback loop, I think, somehow. I'm not really sure, but I noticed that, yeah, I just noticed the similarity of that to the reactor I made last year. Yeah, it simulates the fields in a 3-dimensional sphere. If that makes sense in some way.
I think flipping the center coil upside down, reversing its rotation, you're going to wind up with conflicting field direction.
Well, that's
it's trying to go both directions at the same time.
Well, that's it. Well, you're going to have the fields. No, what's happening is the fields are making figure 8s. They're going around in one way, and then they go around the other way, and then they go back around the other way, and then they go back around the other way. They're supposed to be offset, not like these coils are flat, but all the flight reactors, you take the middle, the inside coil, and you turn it at 90 degrees, right? So that's what you're doing. You're turning the first one is flat. The second coil, you turn it not at 30 degrees, not at 90 degrees, but you turn it at 30 degrees. And then the next one is turned 30 degrees in the opposite direction. Then the next one's turned 30 degrees in the opposite direction. And when you get all the way out 9 fields, you end up 360 degrees. It's flipped over completely. See? So
right.
you're getting...
You're missing the point, Mario, why we're doing the flat coils in the first place. The flat coils creates a toroid type field, whereas the 90-degree coils creates a spherical field.
Right.
Each field has distinctly different purpose.
Yeah, but I'm just noticing. But I'm wondering whether it's intentional to have that fourth coil up on top, upside down.
So the fourth coil up on top is a complete 3-set maggrav system. It's just upside down. It's backwards, and that's why we're questioning it. He just put in the chat, this is only an idea.
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering if flipping that over gives you a spherical structure there, along with your little thing. It's got both. So it might.
Nope, you'll have two toroid fields running in opposite directions, trying to bounce off each other. So where they interact, you're going to have significant slowing of the maggrav fields. It may be a way to do a matter generator by slowing down those fields, depending upon what field strength, what type of GANs are using, a whole bunch of other different variables. Distance between them, positioning, all of that sort of thing. You may wind up with a solid block of matter formed between the two because the fields are so slow. Because you're going to have fields, you're going to have the two winds blowing in against each other, and it has to slow the fields down.
Okay. Well, can you ask? Is it intentionally upside down? Is this his idea?
According to what he wrote, written, yes, it's intentionally upside down, but he says it's just an idea. We don't know what his intention was to have it upside down. It was probably just an intuitive thing going, I wonder if this would work. Hard to say because he's not on telling us.
Yeah. Okay. Just a comment there. So I'll mute myself.
Yeah, it says the intention, you can put whatever you want. It's your maggrav. So this almost, if you could get it powered somehow, because right now it's pretty much static fields. There's nothing in there to create a dynamic field. There's no actual rotation happening, and because there's no flow at this point. But if you were, say, to spin the balls inside the reactors, create a dynamic field that way, get everything moving, it could have some really interesting results. It may be just the ball X is the only one that needs to turn. Who knows? Somebody'd have to build it and find out. But until we have something to measure the plasma, we really can't quantify any of this stuff. So it's all really just speculation until something actually functions, which is frustrating.
Yes, that's the fly in the ointment, as they say. Yep, we haven't seen anything actually truly replicating the freestanding generator at this point, other than micro voltages perhaps, or millivoltages to some extent. Maybe even voltages.
Guys, they get the system to fire with their starters, but as soon as they stop the starter, it quits.
Yeah.
But they have, when the starter's running, they are getting significant voltage output, or significant wattage output, I should say. It's just that they're not getting that balance where I'm sure, Rick, you've probably built a ring modulator circuit. You know how fussy those things are. If you're out, at 10% on one of your capacitors, the thing just won't stay ringing. It'll eventually decay and stop. And I think we're looking at sort of the same sort of thing here.
Yeah, it's true of the standard, what they call the LC circuit, which is the inductor and capacitor, and they work off of each other to provide a balanced circuit that can be tuned to resonate, so you can pull in a certain radio station at a certain frequency, while your coils and your capacitor will be designed to pull in that particular frequency by fine-tuning them. And if you're off a couple of coils, then you're just not going to hear that station. You'll hear what's beside it, which might be...
Yeah, and if your coils are too close to the case of your transmitter, it'll eventually decay and quit working. If your capacitors or the leads are too long, it'll eventually decay and quit working. They're really fussy circuits.
Yep, as well as the antenna length and the... all the circuits and so on.
But that's what I've been seeing from the people that have been playing with these, is they're getting it to start, but it's as soon as they stop the trigger circuit, it decays and stops working. So I think we're really close. We don't understand all of the little niggly details that need to go into this. I think Douglas, probably because he's an RF engineer, he's worked with radio frequency stuff and would just intuitively do this, and he may not realize that he's intuitively doing this. Those who don't work with RF circuits and don't understand the complexities and how finicky they can be, they may never get them to run. I hate to say that, but that seems to be what's going on here.
True, but it could be a grandmother out in the sticks somewhere that just happens to intuitively tune in his or her unit perfectly, or some 10-year-old kid in Africa or something. I'm totally convinced that that's sort of the way these breakthroughs may happen with this technology.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, like you're saying, if we can't measure it, then how do we do our fine tuning and we have to rely on our confidence of our, not guesswork, but educated guesswork, I guess you would say.
Well, our first real knowledge seeker breakthrough came from a barber from London. So yeah, it's going to be, somebody is going to fall into this and they're going to realize, yeah, this is important. This cable length is important. The diameter of the wire, you got to use stranded wire here. It's going to be something stupid that nobody thought of. And we're just haven't made enough systems that don't work to find out what doesn't work yet, I think.
So, if we reduce to the logical minimum those schematics of what Douglas made, without going into the specifications of the ports, you see it's a maglev unit, a 3-structure maglev unit with capacitors in series, which gives the power, and on its terminals, it's connected an oscillating circuit created by the two refrigerator compressors.
That's right. The two compressors create a ring modulator.
Create a compressor, but anything which works like an oscillating circuit.
Yeah,
push-pull.
The two compressors create essentially what conventional electronics calls a ring modulator. And they are notoriously fussy to get those things to be stable. Usually they either decay or they run away and eat themselves. It's rare you can just slap one together and have it run properly. Now, whether we can do that solid state simply using that type of circuit, I don't know. That may be sufficient. In which case, we could set one up with a couple of op amps. But I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Cecilia mentions in the chat, Rick, the principal problem I think between EEUU and Europe are voltage and megahertz. I tried to test this design with 12 volts. 12 volts has the same megahertz in all the planet. May this be a solution?
I don't understand that.
Well, he means the USA or EEUU has the 125 volts or 50. He says megahertz. He means hertz, actually. It's hertz, not megahertz. Yeah. And Europe has 220 volts and 60 hertz. It's actually the other way around. Yep. So the USA has the 60 hertz and Europe has the 50 hertz. So the point being that there's a difference in these. He's thinking that with 12 volts, he can get away with that without having to go between, change it up to Europe and so on. But
with a DC system, there's no fluctuation, and that's the thing that we're having the trouble with is generating that fluctuation to keep the circuit working. Now, once it's running, you could rectify it to DC and probably get away with that, no problem. And if it's just purely plasma, it just runs on. It'll give you whatever you need.
Okay. What about this idea? It just came to me, John. I throw this into the mix. The idea that a battery, say it's a 12-volt battery that they run this system on and so on. The idea that Keshe's run by us before, that 12-volt battery or any battery will have an AC voltage as well as a DC. Could that AC voltage be the pulse that could be used for such a system?
I'm pretty sure I haven't actually tested or researched it, but I'm pretty sure the AC that he's speaking of that's coming out of a DC battery is wild AC, which could be anything. Because it's going to be created by the fluctuations of the magnetic field that that battery is sitting in.
That's an interesting idea. So if the battery was in the maggrav fields, it would be fluctuating with whatever the maggrav fields would be fluctuating at, perhaps. Maybe they would have a natural innate resonance or fluctuation or frequency that they want to run at. And once they start running, then the battery will pick up the alternating or fluctuating magnetic field and essentially be charging itself from it.
Yeah, the point here though
Just
is
got to get it jump started.
And in theory, we can replace the DC motor with a mechanical hand crank.
Right. Yeah, I thought of that, or a bicycle powered one.
Right. At which point there's no electricity input at all. It's all mechanical energy that's in that little pump motor is converted into this weird
sort of a magnetic pulse almost.
Wild voltage that if you can hit the right spot, the system will trigger.
The right spot.
But you might be pedaling for a half an hour.
We've been peddling this stuff for years, actually.
I'd like to share my screen if possible.
Ready?
So I hope it's seen.
Yeah.
So this is the picture which maybe inspired Cecilio. So what we see here, the capacitors are a bit different, are the special capacitors, and also the interconnection. They are not just in series.
Yeah.
It reminds me very much of first Alex bead system. So maybe they see a loop, but it's not clear this connection here on the bottom of the first loop. And the next observation, you see you have a maggrav which is just connected to supply power. Of course, this is a not finished model. They have another model which was not available for the moment of the last week's workshop. But it should have the balls in the middle also. Now, there are the other two stackers which are interconnected quite specially. You see there are 10 wires in between, not just 2 wires. So it seems they connected the magnetical of one to the gravitational of the other and vice versa in order to create a pulsation. So these two from the bottom, these two stackers from the bottom are used to create a pulsation. So I mean this one and this one. And this other one is used as the power generator. So whichever method you find for creating the pulsation, it's important to have that pulsation at a certain frequency.
Yeah, and if you look at the capacitors, if the capacitors work as a normal capacitor would, you're looking at 5 separate tunable frequencies within those capacitors too.
Yeah, that also makes a difference.
If there is an AC component to this, it's going to be a very complex waveform.
Yeah, that may be so.
But no, I agree with your idea of the 2 lower, excuse me, the 2 lower magravs. The inner, the gravitational coil of the right-hand side is connected to the magnetical coil of the left-hand side and vice versa. That makes sense with the ridiculous spaghetti he's got sticking between them. And that may be enough. That may be sufficient to create this feedback loop that we're looking for. I don't know. Renan and Vernie, they're pretty smart fellas. They'll figure this out.
Are those coils out of the same material, I wonder? It looks almost like one is not nano-coated and one is nano-coated.
No, they're both. It's just the one is the GANS coating on the one is different than the other. They're both black.
Maybe it's the lighting, I guess. But I was wondering if that is part of the gradient between the two that one might help with getting the pulse started.
Yeah, Armin did mention once that if you want to increase the efficiency of your system to set up your GANs as in a gradient. So there may be that component in there as well. But even if they're all like, it should still function, sort of, just may not be peak efficiency. I'm just wondering how you'd start that system, because I don't know, maybe it'll just fire all by itself.
If we follow all the connections, let's see. It's not just this simple as I put it here, because this would give only 4 interconnecting wires, while there are twice as much on the plus one entry and exit. So they are, you remember the construction, they are inner coils and outer coils.
Mm-hmm.
So those are also interconnecting in such a way.
Yep.
So the inner from the first goes to the one, I don't know, inner or outer of the other. So this Renan or Bernie can explain that if they want to. But the basic idea is to create this gradient in between 2 stackers and to interconnect them in such a way to create a continuous pulsation. Think in terms of the plasma circuit.
Yeah. Yep. Well, there's definitely a lot of work yet to be done on this.
And probably there will be a workable solution which will be much simpler.
We can only hope.
Yeah, it's interesting what you drew there, Shandor, with the figure 8 and so on. That to me would be the plasmatic schematic drawing. That's the way the plasma works. And what we have is, the analog version with our physicality, objects and wires and coils and so on. But if we start out from the basics, like you were saying, what are the core things that are operating in the circuit? You have that plasmatic figure 8, and you've got the other coil, like you're saying, and then the capacitors act as a different capacity and so on. Okay.
It almost strikes me that this would be wired. You'd have the gravitational input on the right-hand coil. That would go around twice, come out. Instead of connecting to the gravitational of the outer coil on the right, it would connect to the gravitational on the outer coil of the left. That would go around. The output of the left-hand gravitational goes back to the right-hand. Would that work? No, that wouldn't work. Okay, no, I'm thinking too fast. I'm gonna have to draw this out on a piece of paper and see if I can figure out how how to get those interconnected. Because I would still think you would want the inner on the right to go to the outer on the left, the inner on the left to go to the outer on the right. Maintain the gravitational for the first series of loops, and then go to the magnetical on the second series of loops. You couldn't. I don't think it would be beneficial to mix between left and right with the magnetic and gravitational. It just strikes me as you'd want 4 connections gravitational, then 4 connections magnetical.
By the way, the other concept which Armin does, we can see it here. So he is using three complete triple stackers to do the same things. So if I may draw here again, let's try to find the color. So here he has this loop between these two.
Yeah, and the only way you'd be able to do that loop between those two would be the gravitational output of one to the magnetical input of the other, so that the one is essentially wired backwards.
Yes. What is the entry of one? It goes to the exit of the other.
Yeah, I think that's the way he said that they were hooked up. Is one of them is backwards, essentially. Yep.
Yes, right. And these are interconnected exactly like the refrigerator pumps, the refrigerator compressors. So you see the common of one and the common of the other are connected just in the opposite pole of the rest of the circuit.
Yeah.
And,
I wonder if this is what Mr. Keshe meant when he said, don't throw away the coils that you wound backwards because there'll be a use for them coming up.
Yeah, and that time also he added that maybe for the heating.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we had here Mr. Zoltán Szabó from Hungary, who had an experience that he made a maglev unit. He put it to work, and later he assembled that one, which he made it on reverse sense earlier, and it was diagonally in the opposite corners of the room. And when his wife was walking in between, she said it's so warm, but the temperature was only 18 centigrades. That was something which was a field which was getting in friction with the fields of the body, probably. But that's a different thing. Yeah. So anyway, there are different ways how to think about. If we are not going on just to copy and replicate exactly with the same components what others did, but we are going to get a deeper understanding of the principles, we can find out new ways.
Yeah, so looking at those systems, it appears that the leaders of the group are looking at running the two maglev systems in opposite directions. So that may be where we need to start looking as far as the external replications go.
So now, just symbolically, if this is the maglev unit, and with the capacitors, I hope it's clear how they are connected. This goes to your exit. And now we are ignoring the startup circuit, just the condition in which it's working. So this is the basic. And to maintain the pulsations, in one of the ways, there is one of these systems where the C is connected here and the other, the C is here, and these are the two coils, the start and run coils of the compressor. And finally, when it gets switched to the run, so one of the coils will not be working anymore further.
Well, no, that's not actually true, Sandor. That coil is still going to have an effect. It's because you're going to have magnetic induction in that coil, even though it's
some induction, but you see the PTC, it's disconnecting when it reaches a certain condition.
Yeah, but that's not going to change.
That which makes a click, it's just mechanically disconnecting. So it's still hanging somewhere around.
Well, it's still interacting in the circuit. It's still creating an effect within that circuit, even though it's not connected to anything.
Yeah, but basically, if we reduce all to The minimum in that case, it comes something in this way. Maybe here is the, this is the A and this is the B. And of course it has the second coils, etc. But which I see, according to my previous education, this is like a oscillating circuit.
Mm-hmm.
And also, so this is in electromagnetic way. But same in the plasmatic way, what's the idea? To put a maglev unit, or whatever it would be the connection of the capacitors. And here the other. Just which is magnetical here, it comes magnetical here, which is gravitational here, it comes here. So this also to have such kind of loop to maintain that give and take kind of push-pull. And this other system, which is similar to Cecilio's drawing, just with different connections. It means that it's using one stacker as the power generator and two stackers to make this loop connection in between. So now all the problem is, so we know how a maglev unit and now the special capacitors are made. Now the all thing is to make here circuit which gives this oscillation, this push-pull, take and give. And there are many ways how to do it. You see, in the time when these electromagnetical sciences, electronics were developed, I mean 150 years and so on, there are so many simple circuits, not just rotating generators. I don't know whether have you ever seen a Ruhmkorff coil? Which it was still used in the 60s, 70s for the high voltage power source in certain X-ray machines. So instead of using a DC motor, with a AC generator, which has here a magnet in between and some coils. So all systems were based on the vibrator, and those were used in the old radio transmitters in the period of the Second World War to create a high voltage, which was needed for the anodic voltage from a small battery of 6 volts or 12 volts. It was the system which was similar with the doorbell ring circuit, when it was an iron core with a coil on it, and the coil was connected through a contact, an electric contact, which was here a piece of elastic steel. So this was sorry, not elastic, flexible steel. Or I can draw here a spring to make it more easy to understand. So here it had the main switch, the push button, here the battery. So now what happens? When you close the circuit, this contact is made of steel, and it gets magnetically attracted by the core, which is a piece of iron. So it interrupts the circuit. So the circuit is open. So this gets exhausted. So then it releases, so it goes back. So it closes it again. Again, it creates a magnetic field which will open it. That again, it will interrupt, it will switch its own contact, and it will go back. So this is going back and forth. So here you have a continuous pulsation. And now for using this to create a high voltage, they added to it here a secondary coil with many turns. So if this with blue one had, let's say, 100 turns, this one with 10,000 turns. And here you obtain the high voltage at the output, just because of switching at high speed. So there are so many ways how to do that, but understand the principle. You need something, you deplete something, you load something else, and you do the reverse. The question is how you make the switch. So in case of the capacitor and inductance and coil circuits, we have a coil. So now about the coil, you have to know it's a coil with many turns on an iron core. So if you are going to connect here a battery, when you close the circuit, so this will create some magnetical fields here, which contains the energy which you put in. Now, when you interrupt this switch, this energy stored in the coil has to go somewhere. And it will try to find the shortest way how to get out of there. So he doesn't get feed in, so he wants to feed out. So first you give him electric power, so he may like this, and then he has to give it out because it's not anymore that pressure over it. So what happens? So usually here you see a big spark. You can do the test if you have such a starter coil for fluorescent lamps. You can connect with two uninsulated wires, just a small 1.5 volts battery, and when you switch it off, you will see you will get shocked. So now, okay, this is an introduction. And now if we change this thing, and here we charge with the switch. We charge a capacitor. So L is the inductance, it's the coil, C is the capacitor, B is the battery. Let's say that. So now the capacitor gets charged with a different kind of energy. It's not so much magnetical, more electrical. So here it will come plus, here it will come minus. And then you change the switch, you disconnect it from the power source, and you switch it to the coil. So what happens? The energy stored in the capacitor will go and charge the coil. But when the coil gets charged, the capacitor gets depleted. So then this energy which is in the coil will recharge again the capacitor. So it will be a different direction of the flow. The capacitor gets charged again, and again it gets discharged. So you will get mainly such a kind of voltage output, which will have a decay after a time because of the losses, because some part of the energy goes into another direction in space, or it's lost by the heating of the wires or whatever. But because you have not a closed circuit, it's an open circuit, somewhere the energy goes out, so this gets depleted. So now if you connect to this one, that magrev unit, that may supply that power, which otherwise it's getting depleted. So instead of this one, you may have here the amplitude kept constantly. So this is my understanding in a simple ways about this entire thing. So essentially is to have a push-pull system, which you can do it in many ways. You can do it with a capacitor and the coil, or with a mechanical vibrator, or twisting motors, compressor motors, or whatever. So now if you want to make a tuned circuit, a tuned LC circuit, like this. In that case, there are simple formulas. There is the Thomson formula, or you can find calculators on the internet if you are hard in some multiplication or such a small operations or division. And you can choose your components to find the proper coil and the proper capacitor, which put together once they withstand enough voltage where you want to use it, plus some additional, let's say 400 volts to have a safety. So the components should be of quality to not get damaged by too high voltage, to withstand to enough current, whatever you consider, and the condition to have the proper frequency, which may be 60 hertz for Americas, or 50 hertz to Europe. So basically something like here you put a 10 Henry inductance, and here you put about I don't know how much, maybe 1 microfarad. That would give the proper frequency of 50 hertz or 60 hertz or whatever. It's just about the order of magnitude. So in technical ways, if you don't like to wind the thousands of windings of coil, one of the way to find one of the coils which are commercially available or from scrap, whatever, and eventually you need a LCR meter. You can get also such a universal instruments which can measure inductance and capacities as well. And you measure your available coil, you calculate what capacitor is needed. If it's matching, you use it. If you don't match, you change the coil. And capacitors are easier to interconnect them if you put them in parallel. In that case, the capacities are adding. So you match the coil with the capacitors, and that would be one of the ways to work in the electrical engineering way. But you can go on the plasmatic way and to make the push-pull circuit another way. But you have to think about how to get that 60 hertz or 50 hertz if frequency is important for you. Because if it's not important, in that case, you can use just a power transformer on a higher frequency. It's not a problem, and later you can make a DC of it or whatever you want. So that we have enough technology. So this was what I wanted to say. So the idea is to find something which the flows go from one to the other and back and forth, and this is done in a kind of pulsation. This is the basic idea about making a self-sustainable system. And that, of course, to be fed with the energy of the fields of the GANs, or within the interaction with the environment, the fields of the environment, which are available everywhere. So this I wanted to say as a short summary and eventually to give a little inspiration. You're welcome. So don't just look at how the wires are interconnected. Think about what they are doing, what they do.
Okay, I'm thinking maybe we should wrap things up here. It's been going on 5 hours or whatever, something like that.
It was a marathon meeting.
Anything else that somebody wanted to squeeze in before we wrap things up? Any other last minute questions or comments?
So you can do that push-pull just between plasma fields about whatever plasma generators you have. They can be spinning balls or non-spinning balls or whatever. Now the next question is how you tap it into that energy to take out that electric power which you need for your devices, because your devices still need electricity and not plasma power. Maybe in the future we'll have a development to have all the devices running on plasma and not using so much wires and other expensive parts.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember about what kind of development we had in the past 150 years or 200 years. So since the first observations of Volta, Galvani, Ampere, Lord Kelvin, Joule, and others, and how it came up, and we got such a technological advances, and how fast it's going to get changed to more evolutive, to more evolved ones.
Yes, and let's not forget the origins in our modern day electrical world, which were actually with plasma. And this this plasma ball here.
Build one yourself.
Sorry?
Yes, exactly.
So you like that thing so much, you're gonna have to build one yourself.
Well, I already have, basically. Guy and I did it, and we did a video of it. We rotated a glass globe and got it to glow glow in the dark by just touching it with our hands. So it can definitely be done, and it's a very interesting way to generate light with nothing other than rotation of a partially evacuated glass globe. It was pretty cool, I thought. They were able to take it around and show everybody around the countryside, and basically they didn't know what else to do with it other than create light. Though they didn't even store the electricity because they forgot to invent batteries at that point. Batteries weren't included. Hence the manual labor here of the guy, whoops, on this side, turning the big wheel by hand.
Yeah, once I'd like to hear one of those of the academies, such as highly appreciated physicians, to explain what's the origin of light of that simple device. So time being, we get some explanations in the schools. Those who are teaching us, they know it's not true, but they have to give us stable data. We need some stable data to build up a complexity to understand the rest. But you see, still they are teaching that when you rub a piece of amber with a piece of cat's fur, in that case you get electricity and it gets attracted. But the explanation that it is pulling away or robbing away some electrons of the surface, that's something you can't agree with. So the electrons are just not pulled out of it. And the other thing is how to explain that electric current is a directed flow of electrons through a conductor, through a wire. That also it's not true, that because the electrons are not moving like the water is moving in your drain.
Yeah, and plus they don't even know what an electron is to start with. They're still having trouble describing that, even after that was pretty much the main reason I left engineering university, is I couldn't get an answer to the question, what is an electron? You guys, the professors know so much, and everybody's, telling us all about these complex equations and so on. What is an electron? They had no answer, couldn't describe it, and other than through a formula with the charge and so on. But they didn't have a clue what it looked like, what it was, anything else.
Or why apples are falling on our heads, or why the magnets are repelling each other.
Yes, these are the mysteries of life that we try to penetrate.
Thank you very much, Rick, for this nice long possibility to interchange ideas.
Thank you for your...
For how many years are you doing this Keshe Plasma Reactor Group workshops.
It's over, I think, 3.5 years now. Yeah,
Almost
and
4 years.
yeah, and Mr. Keshe started the Knowledge Seekers workshops based on this. He said, you know, let's do this, and even more so. And then we went on to the private teachings and so on. So it's where it started, though. It's just doing it, just trying to get people together and showing our stuff, so that we had a place that we could go to every week to kind of exchange ideas and show each other our progress and what we were doing and so on. And it's inspiring. It helps others to formulate their ideas, and it helps us all to learn how to tolerate each other and get along with each other and so on. And I know I ruffled a bit of feathers with Zane here tonight, but believe me, Zane, I love you like everybody else, and everybody's cool. Sometimes Rick comes down as harsh, but oh well, that's just the way it is. That's the way it always has been in my life. Sometimes I have a harsh edge that comes through, I guess. But all in all, there's big love here for all the people and technology both, so that's the main thing, I think. We're all working toward global peace through inner peace, I think. And that's definitely happening in this group.
It was a very nice pioneering work, and I just remember the first Knowledge Seekers workshop. When you were in your lab with your friends around.
Yes, and
side of the line. That was done on Skype first, if I remember well.
yeah, I think it was 2 hours long, and I cut it into 15-minute parts because it was so long, and so it was 8 parts to that first video. Imagine if we did that now, we'd have let me see, about 30 parts to each video. We couldn't do it. Yeah, anyway, it was a different time then, and it took a whole month just to produce one workshop video. That 8-part video took over a month of production time just to produce, and I realized that I couldn't go with that fancier kind of production methods and keep up with the one workshop a week that it was at that time with the Knowledge Seekers workshop. It went from once a month to once a week, and then all of a sudden it was 5 times a week with the private teachings, and it became 10 times a week, and
How many platforms were tested and used until we reached to the present one?
True.
Remember, together with Vince, you did very nice.
Yeah, we went through a lot of frustration with Skype.
Finding better ways.
Yep.
So now it's complete, and the Zoom already makes the file which is converted in an hour or less, and then it's just to upload it.
Yep, that's right.
But for those who are coming in now, but many are not aware of how much work was to reach to this level.
Yeah, it's certainly appreciated out here, you guys. You know, it's just amazing to watch. You know, and I missed the first hour coming home from work, absolutely stuffed. But I feel invigorated now after watching this. I so needed it. Thanks.
Right on, good. Okay, well, let's end it for now then. And if anybody has something good to present for the Knowledge Seekers workshop, let me know so that we can try to get that lined up. And it'd be great to see. Let's see more replications. Let's try to get some real concrete results out there with our experiments. You know, I'm trying to get my lab together and get my assorted gear. I've got enough stuff for at least a dozen experiments here, so that's why I'm recreating my back bedroom and making it into more of a workspace. So we'll see how it goes. There's lots of people trying things out there. It's very encouraging. I think we're on the cusp of big things happening in this next few weeks and months here. Alrighty, let's end the live stream for now. Let me get that. Find the live stream. Where are you, live stream? And see everybody next time around. This has been the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Tuesday, August 30th, which is now Wednesday, August 31st, 2016. And thanks everybody for participating and watching and everything else. Okay, I see Theodore's sending a message to me. Hello Rick, I made a video. Okay, you can send that to me. You can contact me through my Facebook, or the best way to send it is to rick@spaceshipinstitute.org. So Rick at Spaceship Institute. Or if somebody has blueprint teachings, then I take care of those as well. You can send to blueprint@keshefoundation.org. And anything that's associated with the blueprint teachings, such as replications of the maggrav generator, for example, would be a really nice thing to see, especially successful replications. And send it to the blueprint at keshefoundation.org, and we'll put it up for everybody to have a look at. Okay, ending for now. Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, we'll end the meeting for now.